All right, guys, I'm back. And if you guys on YouTube cannot hear me, I'm afraid that's it. I've tried 3 times. So hopefully, maybe we'll be lucky on the third time. All right, let's keep going here. So much to get to still. INUV. This is a disaster here. IN, yeah, INUV. This is sort of an earnings play. It's unaudited though, unaudited preliminary fourth quarter. So it may as well be. May as well be. INUV disaster. Now loud and clear. All right. Well, third time lucky. Thank you, Pepe. Gold play. Somebody was talking about this one. Austin Gold, AUST. Lots of gold plays, of course. Where's AMPX? AMPX. I saw this one earlier. AMPX. AMPX. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. Needham's put a price target of $20 a share. I think that is the reason for the pop today. Don't see any other reason. Boy, AA guys, AA, Alcoa. So where is Alcoa? Alcoa, I'm just looking at to see where it is in the position in its lifetime high. It's still down to 62%. There's a cable company in your country, I've always CMCSA, Comcast. So look at this. Drove down to 26.85 and it popped right back up. So this is an earnings play. CMCSA. I hate the 5-letter ones. The FBL, this is a long version. So if you thought Meta was going to continue, you have your choice. Okay. So here's 452,000 shares. Thank you, Obi, for this one. So if you thought Meta was going to continue higher, or, I mean, this is shortable. I don't know if there's a short version of Meta, but this is going to be 2 times the move. So if Meta moves up a 0.1%, this will move up 2%. Okay. So if you wanted to, so that is FBL. And there's another one, METU. Let's see which has more volume. This has 452,000 shares. Let me see what the price of METU is. So this is a little, yeah. So actually, this is probably better only because it has more volume and it's about the same price. Okay, and it's the same. It's a 2-timer. So I'd probably look at METU as opposed to FBL just because it has more volume, a little more liquid. Silver over 120. I'm flipping unbelievable. I have a real problem with these guys. So TSCO, the Tractor Supply Company, this is an earnings play. Die. Now I'm kidding a little bit. The reason why, for some reason, I get emails from these guys. Now, I'm not a tractor guy at all. And every time I keep trying to go unsubscribe, and it doesn't seem to matter. They don't give a rip. So this is a TSCO, Tractor Supply Company. What else? NAM, guys, NAMM. This is another one that is still alive. My goodness. I mean, it above yesterday's high now. NAMM above yesterday's high. What a run it's been on. 88 cents to 750 in what, a week? Okay, 921. I just wanted the market. Actually, the market did nothing yesterday. The SPY was down. Basically, the SPY was flat. Qs were up a little. The Dow was basically flat. We're all past, of course, the FOMC, the minutes and the presser. So let me just take a look at XLE. I know everything is going to be above. Yeah, racing away from that 200-day moving average. The only other one I want to look at is utilities and see where it is. Yeah, still above. So I think everything is way above. Even Staples is above. Okay, what I want to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. All right, everything is arranged now. Only other thing to do, just want to see what the top six are, see if they're still the same. Okay, so we have talked about all of these. Yes, these are the top six from that list I had before, my other layout. There were 15. These are the top six. I think this is an earnings play also, guys. Yeah, Liberty Energy. This is an earnings play, LBRT. You know what also got thumped down was Joby. And the only news I could see is that this Canadian company called Hover, HOVR. Let me just see. Oh, no, I didn't really think. So it's a financing. Okay, 11.35. So it's right at the financing price. Okay, that's the real reason. Okay. How's Archer doing? ARC, AR, eh, ACHR. Yeah, doing nothing. This is what I saw. I thought maybe this had something to do with it. Canada's Horizon to manufacture main body of its aircraft, and that is a public company, HOVR. I don't think there's very much volume. So again, these guys, DCX, they regained their Nasdaq compliance. This is another. So not only do stocks have to have over a million or a dollar a share, but also the company market value of listed securities has to be $35 million or greater. Anyway, so this matter is now closed. So they have regained Nasdaq compliance, DCX. I don't know what this is. AAM plus. AA Mission Acquisition Corps is halted. This is a news halt. All right, where could this go, this XHLD? So on the daily chart, of course, it's above the high of 2 days ago. And this moved, okay, so this moved on this day because of this. Traders circulate unconfirmed rumor stock mentioned in a popular traders Discord group. Okay. So that's what sent this one flying 2 days ago. Oh, that's the one that's not tradable and interactive. Okay. Well, I won't let you trade it. Well, it's an earnings play. Sorry, it's not an earnings play, but it's right at the financing price, PJ, which is 11.35. So it's possible, but it is right at the financing price for Joby. Yeah, they did a 600 million convertible note offering at 11.35. Okay, 11.35. So it's right there. This is another one that I'm just noticing. Well, I had it written down. See what's happening with this one. MBAI. Yeah, so it's up 13%. Wow, I mean, it's got, what did it do yesterday? Got up to 278. So there's room. What's the volume like? Not bad. Israeli stock. Yeah, so we already talked about that one, PJ, and how you can actually play it using the ETFs, either METU, or FBL. There's a couple of two timers on the long side. Got to be one on the short side, I would think. METU has more volume, but they're about the same price. So here's the METU, and and the other one, FBL, is about the same price. So this just has a little more volume. Oh, because it's an ETF? Oh, I didn't know that. I'm not sure on how it works at Interactive Brokers. Guys, half a minute to the 9:30 open. So let me get rid of this. Okay, thank you. So the MET D, if you thought, what's the volume like? Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's there. So if you thought Meta was going to start to drop, you could buy this one. It's only a one timer. It's okay, pretty cheap. So if you thought Meta was going to start to drop, you could buy MET-D. Okay, anybody who's interested. Thank you, Obi. And we're open. We are open now. Okay, NCLH. I did see this one. I don't think it's an earnings play. I did see this one briefly. So it's up. It's only up 4.8%. But look at this. It's above the 200-day moving average. Okay, above the 200-day moving average. It's taking out everything on the daily chart here. The next high is $23. I see. So what's happening? What's happening is they don't have earnings until March, but guess who does have earnings? And that's Royal Caribbean, and that's RCL. So RCL has earnings, and they are ripping here on earnings. Okay, now this is an all-time high up here, 373, so it's come back down, but ripping on earnings. That's a pretty good move with that float. So it's lifting NCLH, and my guess is that CCL Carnival is also moving high. Yeah, so they're both moving. Okay, they're both moving. Both CCL and NCLH, they're both moving because of the good earnings for RCL. Boy, USAR. Now, I read something that these stocks, these stocks, are starting to drop because now there's no, what's the word I want to use? No floor. What did I read? There's no floor now. I guess they were thinking there'd be a like the lowest price. Rare earth stocks slide amid report on shifting away from price floors. So some kind of a guaranteed floor. So I mean, this is I mean, look what happened. I mean, all that news, your government putting money into them, 1 point whatever, 8 billion, 5 billion, whatever it was, up to 32 now in 3 days, down to 21. Wow. And this is the low here. 1971 is the next low for USAR. All right, yeah, feed from yesterday, guys. Feed from yesterday. So it got up to $3 and it pulled back down to 232. So it's above the close. It's getting closer to that high of yesterday. Metals play, of course, Hudson Bay Metals, Minerals. They do a lot of things. Like copper is on the run too. Look at CopX. I want to see CopX. Yeah, I mean, look at CopX. $99. All right, so this Liberty Energy with the upgrade, I think. Actually, this is an earnings play. Okay, so LBRT is an earnings play. LBRT earnings play. Okay, you know what? I forgot to mention this one, IMSR. It's on my list. I forgot to mention it. So there's the pre-market high. It's right there. And this is basically, I call this a newcomer because I never really saw this one before to the nukes. Okay, I didn't really see this one before. We've seen the OKLO, the NNE, the SMR, and the LTB or LBTR or the TBR, I think. But I had not really seen this one before, IMSR. And 48 million in the float, not high, not low. And I guess I hadn't seen it before because I only started trading as IMSR 3 months ago, and it basically dropped. Now the reason I'm interested. Look left. 1242 or so, 1236 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So if it holds 11, this could still go on a nice little run. And Northland initiating coverage with a price target of 15 on it. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. Also, this morning, here's the headline. The CEO published a letter recapping the 2025 accomplishments. Hmm. Another one I don't think it's on my list. There were so many on my list this morning, but I'm trying to get that YouTube thing going. BATL, Battalion Oil. Yeah, so the next high looking left is around 5. I'm going to put a price alert there in case it ever gets there. because then the next high after that is 7 or so. So, boy, Ampex, some rippage here, guys. Ampex, some rippage. And this is the one. This is the one that Needham was putting a $20 price target on it. So again, if you're new to all this, when I'm saying this, and some analyst has put a target on, don't think it's absolutely going to get there. Okay. Hoot Owl, OWL is, boy, we haven't seen this one for a while. Remember these days or this months when it was really very, very active. Haven't seen it for a while. OWL, what do they do? Alternative asset management firm. Okay. Um, have anything to do with crypto? Crypto's kind of blah again, guys. 87,000 down $1,300. So Al on a daily chart, let's see, 1507 is the next high, and then after that, 1564. So I'm a little bit of room. It's a big float, so it shouldn't be incredibly volatile. BATL on the move, definitely on the move. Now here's an earnings play. TAL is an earnings play. China education stock earnings play. TAL. Now this is getting into an interesting area. 1244 is the next high on the daily. Could that stop it? Could this turn into a fade? Lots of shares available for me anyway. Interactive broker, 6.5 million. So I'm looking. I have some of these thumbnailed on my other monitor. Looking at 8XHLD. Struggling to keep 4. Now you were talking about this ZSTK. I don't know why you got an alert at whatever you said, but it is now it was halted. Now it's resumed. This is a lifetime high, guys. LVRT. This is a lifetime high. So yeah, there's no look at the spread. 23, 60, 24, 63. It's just not a great spread. This is an earnings play, okay? LVS is an earnings play, and so it's had a little bit of a bounce, but it is an earnings play. LVS down 9% right now. And again, if you're don't know what I mean by an earnings play, any company that released earnings after hours yesterday or this morning in the pre-market, that is what I consider an earnings play. In case you're wondering. Another airline, yeah, Love, Dwayne Love is an earnings play. Yeah, so this is an earnings play also. LUV. Another earnings play. So if you have our AI, you'll probably notice you're going to get probably a lot of the AI alerts you're getting will probably be earnings play. Now that we're really getting into earnings season, we have another probably solid 3 weeks, which you get, some weeks we get about 1,000 companies releasing earnings. So here's another one, ALGN, earnings play. Yeah, so NCLH and CCL are both moving higher, piggybacking on the good earnings from RCL. Doesn't look very good now for the XHLD. Doesn't look very good. And it's giving up 4 in a big way. So, oh man, remember AAOI yesterday, guys? So this is not an earnings play, but it is getting hit here. Remember, if you remember this one, this had an amazing run on the 2 minute and the 5 minute when you followed the trade wave. It was so beautiful most of the day. And it closed near the high of the day, so it's not like it really pulled back that much. But look at it right now. Look at it right now. This is getting hit, and that's AAOI. So again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Trying to let things settle down a little bit. So we're getting close. Yeah, look at this. I mean, nice move by HBM, but sort of a very choppy pullback. Yeah, the DCX, I did not take it. I had really thought about that one. Excitement about regaining Nasdaq or Nasdaq listing. Right at the VWAP now. DCX is right at the VWAP. That purple line on my chart, right at the VWAP. Okay. Now, interestingly, I am so very surprised. There were shorts available for me for DCX. If this doesn't, if this acts as resistance, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. And again, they're up because of a regained Nasdaq compliance. I don't think I mentioned Eero Copper. You see it in the pre-market. It's only up 9.5%. I did see it in the pre-market. This is another copper play. Copper is alive. Take a look at CopX. So if you're going to play a copper play, or take a look at CopX, the ETF for copper miners. Whoa, whoa, market. Market took a dive here, guys. I didn't even notice this. The market taking a dive here. Interesting. I don't think there was anything in the economic calendar that I could see today. We had jobless claims, but that was at 8:30. Okay, at 8:30 we had jobless claims, so really nothing to predict this was going to happen. But there's the 9:30 open, and boy, it's just continuing down now. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason. So the meta sell-off. So okay, so Met D must be moving higher. METD must be moving higher. Yeah. So again, if you think Meta is going to continue to sell off, you can actually you can actually buy this one, and it is a one for one. So if Meta moves down 1%, this will move up 1%. Hmm. Canadian Energy Metals move ahead on a major aluminum find. Okay, privately owned Canadian Energy Minerals. Okay, well, it doesn't help us. Yeah, look at the DCX now. I did not take the short, but okay. KLAR. Let's take a look at this one. Shortable for me. Yeah, lots of shares available. Shortable for me. The Klarna Group. It's moving down. Not an earnings play, just moving down. Maybe it's being affected by the market. It's out of the UK. Let's see if it takes out 24. I'm going to put a price alert around the 24 mark. See if it gets there again. And SW is moving. Smurfit Westrock Packaging Solutions. This is not an earnings play. It's still positive for the day, barely, but it is moving down. Okay. Well, LVS so far, nice short from our AI, 55.61, 53.75 now. With the market doing this, I'd be really reluctant to go long anything. I know we have some earnings plays here, AMM, but with the market doing this, I would be a little reluctant to go long unless it's a unless it's one of these low float stocks that don't really care that much about what the market's doing. IMS was getting hammered yesterday. Let's see what's happening with it today. HIMS. Well, I shouldn't say hammered, but I mean, it was moving down yesterday, but it's been in a steady decline. Look at that weekly chart, steady decline for many weeks now, having a bit of a resurgence. Returns to the big game with a message to all Americans. The era of health as a luxury is over. Okay. Okay. All right. Life changing care belongs to everyone. All right. Well, there's nice aggressive ad campaign, obviously. Geez, I wouldn't mind taking this a short of TTEK, but I don't like the spread, 48.70. I just don't like the spread. It may not matter, but this is an earnings play, another earnings play, TTEK. So economic data, you talking about the factory orders, US factory orders right here, wholesale inventory. Are you talking about this, William? I see that at 10 o'clock. Yeah. Well, this is not succumbing. LBRT, guys. LBRT is still looking really good. It is earnings play, all-time high. It is a provides services to the oil and natural gas exploration companies. So it's an oil services company. And there's TMC. So some of the metals are just and there's feed though. Feed is rippage above the high yesterday now for quite a while now. Low float, 1 million in the float. Started trading as feed last month. I don't know if this was actually an IPO or symbol name change. Well, the next high is around here, 425. That's on a weekly chart, 425. It takes that out, $5. Yeah, really pushing. What was the news yesterday? Trading higher after the company announced something to do with you deliver to distribute and fit syringes. That's right. I do remember this now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers in case it runs out of steam, but wow. All right. Haven't seen this one for a while. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. The GRRR. This is on the move here, guys. But may look at the weekly chart, maybe coming into some resistance and not that far away. Another one that is shortable for me. You know, if the market continues down like this, I mean, this is not, I mean, it's a low flow, 23 million. So it's possible it's going to more or less trade on its own for a while. First target raised to 40 from 35 at, I mean, obviously pretty aggressive. It's a $15 stock. Originally they had a $35 price target. Now they're raising it to 40. You know what's recovering is CMCSA. Okay, this is starting to recover. This might be still down for the day, but no, actually, look at this. Look at this. It's actually not only is it not down for the day anymore, it's up for the day. What a recovery. What a recovery. Well, you know what? I mean, this is sort of very interesting. I mean, just over the whole number. Let's see if it holds there. Maybe even pulls back a little bit. But this is, a complete recovery now. This is an earnings play, but it was, quite a bit down this morning. So yeah, I will be right back. Okay. All right, guys, back. Yeah, I mean, shoot, it ran. I had to step away for a moment. So here's another one that might, well, actually, there's some that are moving that I just talked about that are continuing to move. The GER, wow, the GER, what a great move. Liberty kept moving, and the CMCSA kept moving. What about this Trevi Therapeutics? No, I mean, again, to me, it looks like there could be a lot of blocking around 11. So I'm going to forget about that one. IMSR just collapsed. So forget about that one. IMSR went from 1125 to down right back down to 10. Um, BATL really did nothing. Now, the DCX is sort of hovering around that high. Just strange reaction here. Now, there's the CLAR right at 24. Okay, give me a moment. I want to see how well it clears at 24. Is that 23.91, 23.95 in the bid ask right now? And I don't know if it's just tracking the market, but just watching KLAR guys. I mean, this is a lifetime low. Yeah, it's a lifetime low. So I'm really interested in a short on this one, the KLAR. Plenty of shorts available, interactive brokers. It is a lifetime low. I think if it gets into the low 80s, it might have a nice drop. Like I want to see 81, 83 bid in that area. I want to see it clear this 24. Yeah, the Qs are way down. Yeah, look at the Qs. The Qs are off 8. Dow's down and Spy's down, but the Qs are quite a bit down. Come on, Clar, do something here. KLAR. Oh my goodness. TIR. Oh, you know what? It's criminal. Look at TIRX now, guys. 25 cents. So does anybody really believe that whatever that news was yesterday, that I don't know if it was a fund or some company, et cetera, was going to, buy stock at 150? What a bunch of, and, name your expletive. I mean, that is just, I mean, thanks, Obi, for pointing it out yesterday. I made money on it, but wow. Jeez. Well, they're just degrees of scams, right? Hello Mind, Sold, Rejuvenate in our YouTube room. Just degrees of scams. So, okay, that is just not yet, Obi. Nothing crosses the border now, as you know. So you'd have to come to Canada. Well, highly. I was highly skeptical of the press release. You know that some company when the stock was at 80 cents is going to buy a whole bunch at $1.50. I was highly skeptical, but you know what? You just tried to take advantage, and for a brief 30-minute period, it was awesome. Doggone it, I'm watching this Clar, and I just if I again if it gets into the 2380s, I think that might start a bit of a drop. Whoa! So the numbers came out at 10 o'clock. Some numbers came out at 10 o'clock, and the market did not like it or them. Well, I may have to. I may have to forget about watching Clar. I mean, if Clar's not going to drop, with all this, I know it's a UK stock, but still, I'm. It's just not dropping the way I want it to. Again, what were those numbers again? Some job numbers? Factory orders. Factory orders. Okay, that was at 10 o'clock, and yeah, market said we don't like those numbers. So the continuation of a sell-off. So Mind Soul Rejuvenate 9494. Good morning. I already said good morning to you in our YouTube room. Any questions? What time is it? 10:06. Well, caught me by surprise. So give me a moment because I've got to go over my homepage. All the information you can find, including the scans and races, etc., that I'm currently sharing with everybody. All right. Well, Clar, okay, you're going to do it. Just give me a moment, okay, guys? I'll be right back. All right, took it. I took the Clar. I don't know if it goes close to 24, I'm out, but I took the short on the car on the Clar, KLAR. All right, so let's go over my homepage and what you can find. At the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can save 15% on the first month only. Listen carefully, the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription to Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter whether you take our standard or our premium service. But again, remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 15% off the first month only. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I am monitoring 2 trading rooms, one in YouTube and then the trading room. Okay. So when the company sees my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Okay. So it helps to keep the rooms free. And for those of you who are in YouTube right now, there is another room, the trading room. A lot more action there, a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. Okay, so you can stay in YouTube if you want. If all you want to do is like sort of hear me and listen and see my screen, that's fine. But if you're looking for a lot more activity, come into the trading room. It's free. Plus, there is no time delay. In YouTube, there is about a 7 to 8 second time delay imposed by YouTube. Okay. Also, this room opens, the trading room opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for, activity, talking to other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. And thank you, Obi, again for opening that at 6:45. I don't because I live in Vancouver and a little early for me. That'd be 3:45 my time. So thank you, Obi, for opening it up at 6:45. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. Now, this room also will remain open even after I leave. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But when I leave, William, most of the time, will keep this trading room open. Depends on earnings. My guess, it may be 3:55 today, but it's up to him. Let's see if he's answered me. Okay, so that's this room. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to about 4 o'clock. Okay. So again, if you're looking for a lot more action amongst traders, come into this room. Now, if you, before I forget, keep scrolling down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. And you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section. So click on the education section here, because if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory. This is the first thing you must do. They're getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay. First thing to do, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, and these rooms are free, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in these rooms. But if you're wondering about the product, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. After watching those videos, you should have a good enough idea about what the capabilities of the program are, and maybe try it for a month. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so you can cancel anytime. Okay, sorry, back to basics. So if you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. Again, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to these videos. There were 15 of them. Now, looking for some of the information that I am sharing. You click on my homepage link, click on the middle section that says custom scans. So here are some of the information that I am currently sharing. So this race right here, the large cap gainers, is right up here. The movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. Anything in red is a new low of the day. Anything in green is a new high of the day. Sort of the old style of ticker is all real time. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. I do have another race that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running. This is a way more volatile race. If I showed you this race, you would see stocks that could be up 5, 6, 7%. Okay, and I'll explain what this race is all about. This race here, generally, you'll never see anything up over 1%. And again, what it means is what stock has moved the most in the list of stocks since the start of the race. And so this stock is up 0.36%. Nothing huge, but in that other race, you can see stocks that are up a lot more since the start of the race. But remember, it's just a lot more volatile. So stocks that are up more can also drop a lot. And I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, I will not be able to answer, but I can direct you to the people who can, okay? All right, let me take a look at some of these. Wow, so I see the TCGL, that got halted, and when it resumed, or okay, where did it get halted first? It got halted at 981, resumed at 962 or 1062, halted again. Interesting. Rogers, well, the main cable provider or cable phone services in Canada, cell phone service and cable in Canada. Earnings play, well, still up, but it's starting to sell off a bit. Now, I see IBIT. It's actually, is this a potential bounce play? So, yeah, look at wow, look at the sell-off. For I mean, I'm looking at IBIT. Remember this run? This was when Bitcoin was getting closer to 100. I didn't get up to about what 96,000 maybe in this area here. Since then, look at this. And Bitcoin right now is sitting at around 85,000. Well, I see the metal plays I see AG and CDE, a couple of metal plays, silver plays. So you know what I'm going to do now is let's just check the sectors, guys. My daily look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Okay, I'm going to click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar, not Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More. Go down to the sector status. Now we're going to see what's happening with some of the major sectors and some of the stocks within the major sectors. Okay, so in this top list right here called sectors, these are the sectors that we're tracking. Okay, obviously there are way more sectors, but these are the ones that we are tracking. So you can see the oil services is the top sector right now. The change from the close, 2.8%, and XLE makes sense. So what does 57% mean? That means that 57% of the ETFs in this sector list are up from yesterday's close. Now they don't all have, they're not necessarily ripping, but they just have to be up a little bit, like even 0.0001%. So that's what that means. 42% are down. So here's your exercise. You go through, you take a look. This is the top sector. What's the worst sector? And look at this. Look at this, guys. NLR. So these are the nukes and uranium. Nukes and uranium. This is an ETF for nukes and uranium. And look at silver. And look at tech, XLK. These are big moves. Semis. But look at the nukes, NLR. So if you're thinking of buying SMR or an NE, or if you like the pad, I would be doing it. I mean, because I'd be, if you were going to do it, I'd want to have NLR, okay, as a thumbnail chart, just to track to see what the sector is doing. You can see how it had a nice move, but look at the sell-off now. Okay, so that's how you can look at the major sectors. Now, you can drill down into some of the major sectors. We don't have every one of them. You can create a symbol list with OIH and ones that we don't have here. You can do it yourself. But let's take a look at the sectors. So with the market down so much right, well, the SPY is down 5.3. How interesting is this? So obviously, it doesn't take a genius. Energy is the top sector. 100% of the stocks that make up this ETF, XLE, are up for the day. APA, the top one, 3.9%, and all the way down here. So they're all up for the day. So this is the top stock within the sector. Now, the interesting thing to me would be looking at something like this, financials, okay? Financials are actually doing pretty well. So even though the SPY is down, financials are doing pretty well. 88% are up. And the top one is AMP. But you can see -2. That means it is down 2.8% from its opening trade of the day, but it's still up 5% from yesterday's close. So that's the top one. But do this. Go all the way down. What's the worst one? FDS. FDS is the worst performing one. It's down 3.9%. And let's see, is it an earnings play? Doesn't appear to be an earnings play, but so you can see what you can do. You can start taking, you can see what the top sectors are, the worst sectors are. Take a look at some of these sectors that we do have here with the stocks that are in the sectors. Check out what the top one is, what the worst one is. I always think it's interesting, when you see something that's like 86%, everything, check out the worst one and, figure out, well, why? I mean, that is the worst one in that sector, even though overall the sector is positive. Here's retail, CTRN. Is this an earnings play? This is not an earnings play. I wonder why this one is up. I wonder why retail is up. But, most of the stocks are down, but this one, CTRN, is up. Carvana, CVNA, what's the worst one? GPI, the worst one, down 4.5%. Here's my favorite one to hate, Tractor Company, down 4.5%. We know that's an earnings play. So some of you, this is maybe all you're going to do in using trade ideas. You know what? Got out of the. I wanted it. No, I'm not in anymore. Got into like the high 70s, but just not dynamic enough. I mean, it's very possible it'll continue. So took myself out, made a pittance. Got to be something more dynamic. So anyway, what I was saying is this: for some of you, this is how you might use trade ideas. You might load this channel every day. It's called the sector status channel. It's in the channel bar, so you don't have to save it or anything. You don't have to just have to look at this channel. This might be something that all you'll do, depending on your style of trading. A lot of them are larger cap stocks and all, but that will be up to you. And in case you're wondering, when I'm in a trade, I have two other monitors, and so I always have my trade on a thumbnail chart on one of my other monitors. So, and it's right lower the lower right hand of my monitor to my left, so I can see it immediately. My eyes are drawn to it, so that's where I had the KLAR. I like the idea. It was got into the 70s, hoping would get into maybe the 50s. And why did I get out? Okay, if I'd been in this one, looking at the wave, if I'd been in this one up here, sure, I would have probably taken some off right here, but I'd be in this trade still. Okay, but I got in, fairly late into this trade. I didn't see it up here, and at the time is that is, it's right on the open 9:30. Boy, did this ever give it up at ALGM? I mean, that's a big. That's beautiful. I wish I shorted it right here, and just ride that wave down. I mean, we're talking about it. I know it was an AI play, but I mean, and it's an earnings play, but with the market doing what it's doing, hard to sustain. This could be an interesting short, guys. TAL. This is an earnings play, so it's strong. It's up 11%. But look where it is. It's right at the VWAP. Okay, right at the VWAP. Wondering whether or not that will actually act as support. I mean, it's a little bit below it, but that's that purple line right there, and it's underneath the whole number, and it is an earnings play. And boy, HBM. I mean, look. Remember, these were all beautiful. I mean, these were all ripping higher on gold and silver pricing. But look at this HBM. So let's take a look at this. Is copper, zinc, and precious metals. So just want to take a look at copper. I don't know if that's the. Uh, just give me a moment, please. Well, look at copper. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I have something I have to do. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, guys. Yeah, I don't know what happened earlier, Poe, but certainly later on at 10 o'clock, it continued down. It seemed to be this stuff here, the wholesale factory orders. Factory orders. This was at 10 o'clock. Factory orders. Wholesale inventories. I don't know if that's going to have any effect, but that was I think the factory orders at 10 o'clock. But the market was already moving down before that. It just, excuse me, there was just a further hit right here at 10 o'clock. Okay, a further hit to knock it down. Okay, wow. I'm missing out on a few things here. Yeah, look at that. I mean, I saw this one earlier too. The Lending Club, LC. Not this is an earnings play. Yeah. Again, I was thinking about this one. It was a little choppy though when I was watching it. But this is an AI play from us. 1772 in the short, 1726 now. Boy, this market. Yeah, this is just getting intraday. I mean, look, the SPY is still very, very strong overall, but if we're looking at just an intraday move, down 7 points now. Now there's that daily. I mean, this was an all-time high up here. That was yesterday. Boy, this was a great play. I did not take it. I mean, this was a great play and has not been affected by the market at all. CMCSA, this was an earnings. It is an earnings play. It was not good at the beginning of the day, and then it went positive, and it has been really, really. Other than that little minor tick right there, it has been super strong. ever since it got back to basically even, which was right here at 28.40. And so it is not tracking the market at all. You know, that KLAR is tempting me to go long now. Mm. However, yeah, that VWAP is stopping me from going long. Well, LC still has room. 16.28. It has about $1 to the next low on the weekly chart. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to put my mic on in the room here. Okay. So what was I talking about? Yeah, the LC is from RAI. I looked at it earlier, but it was just chopping around too much. It's an earnings play, LC. So Poe, maybe, yeah, probably this is, I don't know what started the tank in the market, but certainly at 10 o'clock, it looks like the factory orders, wholesale inventories. Okay, that looks like caused the market to drift down more, but it was already drifting down ahead of that. But this sort of exacerbated it right here at 10 o'clock. Wow, did you say this? Did you see this one, William, the Weyerhaeuser? Went all the way down to 25 and popped right back up. I don't know if you saw that one. I don't know how easy it would have been to get anywhere in this area. Let's take a look at a 1 minute chart just out of curiosity. Yeah, I mean, this within a minute. So within a minute from 25 and then right back up. So I have no idea if you could have got it. So I was thinking about actually going long Clar, but the problem I have is that VWAP right there. Sort of flipping the script on it and going long Clar. Well, tech is just getting wrecked intraday. Yeah, that 1 minute chart. I mean, it doesn't. I don't. We'd have to have a 10-second chart, like some of the emails. Why don't you guys have 10-second charts? Well, this is just continuing down. ALGM. We're getting close to yesterday's low, 34, 30. 348, but $1.30. I mean, I guess it's good for scalping. I mean, a 10-second chart if that's what you're into. My goodness, look at CMCSA now, over the whole number even. I mean, it is, I mean, right here, the high right there is 30.09. The high right there is 30.10. I mean, you want to take that out? This to me is one of the stranger actions today. You know, earnings play was down quite a bit in the pre-market, recovering, but recovering against a market that is just not bueno, no bueno today. How's it? Okay, well, how's XLC doing? That's the communications. The XLC is at least is a positive sector. It's drifting down, but it is a positive sector. Well, here we are, guys. I mean, is this going to turn into a short? Can it really get through that? To me, I mean, if it doesn't get through this, which it's at it right now, and it comes back down through 30, maybe back down to, I don't know, 29.80 or so. Put a price alert there. I mean, that could be it. The VWAP is at 29.18. So there'd be enough room for it to move down, even if even if the VWAP acted as support, in my opinion. All right, you know, this one, I'm just going to keep an eye on that. I have that one thumbnailed, DCX. Okay. I mean, not affected by the market at all. Again, and it's such a low float. They regained their NASDAQ compliance, so that's why it's up so much today. It could be one of those later on in the day. Could be. Now, what did it get to today? Got up to 456. The high looking left is 575. So, you know, I will watch this. Probably has to, will have to get above the VWAP. So I'm going to see if later on in the day it does get above the VWAP, which is around the 450 level. And when I see later on in the day, maybe sometime, you know, 1:30 on, the enthusiasm to come back and take a run at this one. People wanting to take a run at this one. And that's the DCX. So put a price alert in the area and see what happens. Jeez, I just can't chase these down. But wow, HBM, what a beautiful wave here, guys. Little sell flag up here. So if there's anybody out there wanting to know how to add the wave to your charts, it's part of the standard service. So just let me know. Okay, I can explain how to add the wave to your charts. I think it's a great visual way of keeping in a trade, much probably much longer than you ever used to. Man, the SPY is just picking up steam here, guys, on the way down. Well, I think gold is I don't know if it's down completely, but it is got to be fading. Yeah, it is down. Wow, it's down a lot, 4.6%. Yeah, 4.6% now. I mean, it was up in the pre-market though. It was gone from 509 down to 470. I'm talking GLD. Gold itself, the metal, I don't know what it's doing, but and so gold is down. The GLD is down 5%. What is silver? SLV. Silver is down more. I mean, so that's why we're seeing a lot of those gold and silver plays that were ripping in the pre-market are doing something like this. So I was Here's AT&T. Okay, this is not an earnings play, but when is it have earnings? January 28th. Oh, it was earnings yesterday. Okay, it was an earnings play yesterday. So nice continuation actually. It's sort of it's a little bit like the CMCSA in that it's not being affected by the market at all. So a couple of your telcos. Here's There it is right there. CMCSA. Just waiting to see if 30 finally stops it. Look at the copper. I mean, my guess is that all the metals, be it precious or base metals, are doing something like this. The nukes were moving down also. NLR. Let's take a look at NLR. Just the ETF for the look at that. The nukes are moving down. Nukes and uranium. This is uranium and nuclear ETF. And how is that USAR doing? Did it have any bounce yet? Not really. Not really. I mean, it's been kind of chopping around a bit here, but meanwhile, this VTIX nonsense is really starting to give it up. So if you will not short the market, if you will not look at stocks to short, I guess you're just sitting on your hands right now because there are very few stocks moving higher. These are these are definitely counter to the market. These are stocks near the high of the day. Okay, right here, these are stocks near the high of the day. Doesn't mean they're at the high of the day still, but right now the stock is. Let's take a look at EPR. You can see right there, EPR Properties, Real Estate Investment Trust. So it's a REIT. All right, guys. Now maybe get some out of this. MSGY just got halted for on the way up. Whoa, look at this. I'm not saying this is probably not going to hold, but look at this. So MSGY halted at 119. So I think this is the first time I'm displaying this blue window. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Tells me the halt price. This column trying to show me where it could open. I doubt it's going to open at 150. I think this number will start to drift down. Okay. And just as I'm speaking, it's starting to drift down. So if you're not familiar with halts and resumes, this is what they call a volatility halt. Simple definition: stock moved too much in a short period of time. Simple definition. There's more to it than that, but that is a simple definition. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if that's the case in this for this one, this will got halted at 10:48 plus 29 seconds. So this will open at 10:53 plus 29 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. They don't. I would say that at least 95% of the volatility halts are 5-minute halts, maybe even more. But sometimes they are longer, and if they're longer, they're generally multiples of five. So if this turned out to be not a 5-minute halt, it will be a 10-minute halt. Very rarely do we see anything halted past 10 minutes. And see what I'm saying? How I did not think that 150. Well, it's hard to know. I mean, this column is not set in stone, as you can see. It'll fluctuate over the 5-minute period. And of course, this one yesterday got up to 632. And then this is one of these Chinese stocks. Oh, that's right. This is one of the Chinese stocks. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This is one of those Chinese stocks that just give me a moment. All right, guys, I was able to get a little short on the CMCSA, and any move in the high 80s, I'm out. I'm not. It's still, it's a reasonably strong sector. Now, my guess is that on a 1-minute chart, it did turn orange. A little bit of orange. Okay, so that. But I probably shouldn't have done it because it's in a strong sector. I mean, it is in a strong sector. I mean, one of the only ones today. XLC is a strong sector. So, but we'll see. I mean, I'm in at the 2980s, so I don't want to see it get too much higher. Yeah, I mean, it's not. And you know what? It's just not being affected by the market. Like right now, is this getting a little ugly? Yes. Yeah, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. That was kind of dumb on my part, because it's a strong sector. I should not have done it. It was a strong sector, one of the only strong sectors of the day, XLC. I mean, I know XLC is moving down, but it is positive, whereas most of the sectors are not. So I shouldn't have done it, but no harm. I mean, I got out with a little loss on it. It's popping. It's a little late now, unfortunately, but the BATL. Now here's another communication stock. Obviously, I want to see this one. $25, 25.02, 25.03. Where is the next high? So it's above that high right there of 24.36. So it's way above that. And that high right there is 24.97. So it's above that. On the weekly chart, the next high is 25.34. So a little bit of room for T. And again, it's in the strong sector. Meanwhile, TGC, TG, TS, TCGL is going absolutely crazy. I know some of you probably have been watching this. The halts resumes all day. Now, this is one of those China stocks. No, sorry, Singapore, but could have the same. So let's see if this has maybe not today, but maybe this is the first big day. Let's see if this has that catastrophic drop at some point. 12 cents for TIRX. Again, there ought to be a law. See if I can find that press release. See, this was the whole thing, okay? This it surged following Swift Star's potential $80 million investment at $1.50. Potential. Wasn't done, you know, and that was at $1.50. So you put a press release like that out, you rope everybody in. Hopefully nobody held this. Please tell me nobody held this. All right, shoot. I was wanting to maybe play the IMSR bounce. I've got this one on my thumbnail charts. Probably a little blue here now. Little blue, yeah, little blue. $10 next high. I just wonder if I'm just a little late though on that bounce. Yeah, 924. I just feel I'm too late, and it's hard. I just unless the market doesn't have to be necessarily ripping higher. Just stop moving down, even if it bases a bit. All right, so confirmation, it will be Steve Gomez doing double duty this week in our YouTube room. He was in on Tuesday and he's back today. I know why he's doing it. He's off all next week skiing with the CEO of Trade Ideas. Well, I don't know, all next week, but he's taking next week off. Snow. Snow. I don't know where they go, but they go somewhere. Dan does this every year. Well, so far, Yeah, my little short of Clar was basically for pennies, and then my short of CM. Now it looks like it's coming down again. You mean our development contractors? Oh, me. uh, I know you're kind of kidding, William, but just okay. CMCA now, CMCSA might be getting me interested again. Okay. Okay, guys, look at Pega here. Pega is just getting clobbered also. I don't know if it's an earnings play or just, moving with the market. Pega Systems, it's not an earnings play, not an earnings play. I doubt very much there's any news on TCGL. Okay, Ritz. I doubt very much. It's just one of these trading, I call them trading vehicles. Okay. For whatever reason, today was a day that some group somewhere, it's one of these Singaporean China stocks that do this crazy thing, and you just never see any news on it. You just got to be awfully careful. Yeah, I don't think there's. I mean, you might find there's some Reddit group or a Discord group that, but there's no reason for it. Okay, it's not like they've done something spectacular as a company. Okay, guys, BATL. I mean, I haven't. It's probably, I don't know. It's getting close to 5. It's had a nice little bounce. It's had a nice bounce from the 4. Was that 4? Yeah, the 4 level. Getting closer to 5, and I have a price alert right at that level. This is energy play. How's XLE doing? It's more oil services, but I mean, energy. I mean, it's still positive. Still positive for the day. How's OIH doing? Still positive for the day, but drifting down. Wow. Well, yeah, a battle. BATL is really, really moving now, guys, on some volume. BATL moving on some volume, trying to get through that 5 level. There, you can see it right there, BATL. Feed, I don't think there are any, well, I don't know. Let's type it in, feed shorts. And there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway for feed. I guess some of you are waiting to see whether or not that maybe the VWAP would hold, but nope, not yet anyway. I mean, this is what the VWAP is at, our 376 or so, 380, call it 380. So yeah, it's well below now. Maybe, later on, if it does take up the VWAP, maybe it comes back. Yes. Sorry. Finally, something's starting to work for me. Well, speaking about a VWAP break, look at feed now. I mean, feed is right back to the VWAP area. Dr. CT, what is this one doing? Halted on the way down, okay? And this got halted on the way up. TC. Oh man, what a collapse this is going to be when it happens. And that's the TCGL. From our YouTube room, GCTS is sustaining. I don't think I've seen Oh, here it is. GCTS is a cheap one. Yeah, $1.59. Yeah, you're right. It's certainly not moving with the market, moving against the market. A lot of volume, 83 million traded. Interesting because the semis are not doing well, but this is a little guy, and some little news on this one. GCT licenses its 5G, 4G chipsets to an undisclosed satellite communications provider. You know why they say that? Because the satellite communications provider does not want their name mentioned. Especially if it's a fairly big one. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I don't know. The initial move down was right at 9:30, and I don't can't really we didn't really figure that, but we definitely at 10 o'clock though. 10 o'clock, that secondary move down. It looked like it was some economic data that did come out. This is the data that came out. at around 10 o'clock, factory orders, okay, 10 o'clock, then at 10:30, wholesale inventories. But there was nothing we could see at 9:30 that caused the drop, but definitely you can see that right at 10 o'clock, right at 10 o'clock, and it was already moving down, but right at 10 o'clock, another leg down started. So, I mean, that might be the reason. I'm not saying that is 100% the reason, but that could be the reason. Beauty short, guys, for our AI and the LC. I wish I were in it. Now, keep an eye on the DCX. I mean, this should not be affected by the market. Very choppy. I mean, look how ugly it is. Excuse me, it is on a 2-minute chart, though. Very ugly. Very low float. Regain Nasdaq compliance, I guess today, so they don't have to worry about that for a while. But very choppy. The VWAP is, relatively close, within about 25 cents. All right, there's feed now. Feed is right at the VWAP, right at the VWAP. Oh, it's stupid low. Yeah, I mean, it's less than a million. But you know what? There's so many stocks that are. You know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. New top list, and I'm going to put virtually no. Uh, okay, at least keep the volume 200,000. Okay, between 1 and 50, maybe I put even put 25 cents. Oh, all right. So here is a list right now of of stocks that have less than a million in the float, or it could be right at a million. But in fact, what I'll do now. So these are stocks. Yeah, this just out of interest, okay? I just wanted to see how many there were, and now that's with 200,000 shares traded today. I was just out of interest. I wanted to do it to see how many were underneath a million. And here's the DCX right there. Even Dr. MA at 278 is less than a million. It's not that I want to have it up and running. It's just that I just out of curiosity to see, how many were. All right. Well, man, you probably know I reshorted the CMCSA, and yeah, did okay, but it's now had the bounce. So basically made back my little loss on it and made a little bit of money. Nothing great though. I was really hoping it get down closer to 29. Now the market is, yeah, the market is trying to put in a bounce now, guys. Here's the VWAP. I'll put a price alert at the VWAP. Let's see if it gets close. So now some bounce plays could start to work. Okay, guys, what I'm doing, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor just to see if there's anything. Now, let's see, maybe ALGM. Yeah, shoot. I have to keep watching these or putting price alerts. You know, this was probably a prime candidate because it was still up a lot for the day. And yes, it was falling probably with the market. It's an earnings play. And now it's, coming back, but right into the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as resistance? Well, guys, I mean, definitely some nice shorts from the AI today. I mean, I'm liking, we have a reentry. We only have one reentry alert, and that's for the DCX at 419 from the AI. So if you don't know what I'm talking about and you have our AI, let me know. I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you have our premium service, you don't know what I'm talking about, just let me know. I just wish that VWAP weren't above it. Okay, so DRCT resumed trading and on the way down. Wow, 36% down. I mean, maybe 160, maybe 158 holds it. That looks like a lifetime low for it right down here. I'm just looking at my lifetime low range now. Oh, that's right. Okay. So if you're looking at this and thinking, wow, was this stock at $2,000? No, this is just reverse split adjusted. Yeah. So this is just reverse split adjusted. Okay. So how would you get that $2,000 number? You'd have to take all the reverse splits they did and all the ratios, multiply them all together, and that would get you up here. So no, it didn't. It was not a $2,000 stock. Okay, I think I do have a price alert here around the VWAP. All right. Well, this is the first time today, yes, that we're getting three positive candles. This is on a 5-minute chart for the SPY. We had a couple here, but since the market opened, we have not had three consecutive ones. Almost four, if you get rid of that red one there. So there is a bit of a little bit of a comeback now for the SPY, and but not the Qs. Is this how? I don't even know if that makes, yeah, the Qs. Okay, yeah, the Qs are coming back a little bit. Well, that would be something if the SPY went red to green. That would be something. It needs to tack on another $7, but yeah, that would be something, wouldn't it? Why not? Still looks strong. I mean, look at that TCGL halt potential open in that area. I would disregard that, but 29.17, 29.46. This is an Amex stock, and not only will they not try to find shares for me to short, just the big red not available for short sale. That's at Interactive Brokers, which is a darn good thing, because all the way along here, people might have thought, okay, now. So it's just as well there were none available. So all these stocks here right now, these are going counter to the overall market. Okay, these are stocks that are still strong. EPR as an example, we looked at that. See, okay, BKD just over the whole number. Let's take a look at this one. See if there's anything interesting happening. Brookdale Senior Living. This is so on a monthly chart. Boy, we're going to have to go way back, I guess, to see where the next highs are. You know what? I'm going back to, I don't care. I mean, I'm going back now to 2017, and there's a high over here back in September of 2017. So we are talking 8 years ago, over 8 years ago. So who cares? So it's not an all-time high. I get it, but very strong. Better put my application in. It's a big float, 214 million in the float. Okay, let's see now. So a little bit of red here, but let's see. It did pop up to 688, got closer to the VWAP, the SPY. But is that it? Let me see on a 1-minute chart. I'm sure it might have turned blue. Yeah, blue right here. But on a 5-minute chart, it was still had not transitioned to blue. Peloton, why are you still around? PTON, not an earnings play. February 6th, so has earnings next week. PTON has earnings next week, such as they might be. Lots and lots and lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers to short 13 million. Really? Okay. These guys at Telsey Advisory maintaining with an $8 per share target. I don't know how much sway those guys have. Telsey Advisory. All right, let's take a look at the SPY action. I'm going to put a price alert at the top of this previous 5-minute bar and see if it takes that out, which could mean that's just a momentary pause in this little uptrend. Still some room, on the weekly chart anyway, for LC to continue its way down if it wants to. 1628 is the low on the weekly chart, so it's hanging underneath the whole number. And a little bit of meandering, a little pop up here, met with resistance to keep moving higher. Underneath the whole number, it is an earnings play. It's a pretty big float, 111 million, and it's down almost 14%. Okay, guys, time is it now? 11:27. So I've got another half an hour or so. Steve Gomez will take over for me again. He took over for me on Tuesday, so he'll take over for me again today in our YouTube room. I haven't really seen BN. I mean, I know it was active again, but I didn't really see it. Didn't get halted, which I'm surprised. I don't think it got halted today. Usually it's halted all over the place. Still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, let's take a look at this one. RSI just over the whole number. Okay, number one. How much room does it have? Not enough. There you go. So to me, it doesn't have enough room till it hits that next, potentially that next high could block it. That's around 1730. So it's only 17 cents away. So just not enough room for me. I've had the next high been up here at 1874, would have been way more attractive to me. Okay, here is an earnings play, guys. ConMed. I don't think I'd ever want to have con in my. I know it's consolidated probably or something, but anyway, ConMed. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It's an earnings play, CNMD, and it is down on earnings. Where could it go? I can't see anything on the weekly. Wow, this is almost a lifetime low. CNMD is almost a lifetime no, almost a lifetime low. But so was KLAR, and it ticked me off. But this is but KLAR I don't think was an earnings play. I don't think it was. No. So this is an earnings play. CNMD is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday, and here's the reaction. Not a, you know what? That's a low float. 30 million in the float. That's pretty low for $36 stock. So expect some volatility. And now that I'm looking at it, looking at the bid ask 36.05, 36.22, makes it a little more hard for me to commit. I'm sure you are waiting for potential long entry. Yeah, well, let's see if the whole number holds it. Well, for you feed players, we've got that. I mean, it did take out the VWAP, and it's above the VWAP. The line is blue now. Number 1 million in the float, 96 million have traded. Started its big day yesterday. Where's the high of the day is up here at 468. And you can see the high is 499, about $5 right up here. Love has been, very well, again, meandering though. Really hard to keep, for me anyway, be hard to keep in these trades. But it's just made another high, new high of the day, and it's a earnings play. Love is an earnings play. How is Jets doing? Just the ETF. Yeah, I mean it's up, but down for the day. So my guess is all the big guys, Delta, DAL. Maybe not American though. I did not hit BB. Yeah, so American is down. They had earnings a few days ago. Hasn't had a little pop, but been selling off since then. You two Ritz. And United. I wanted to take a look at United. No, even United is down. So interesting that Jets is up with United being down. And 'cause, I mean, United has to be a big part of that. And Delta is why is Jets up? We jest. It's very strange to me that Jets would be up with, all the big ones are down. I know Love is up, but I can't have that much weight in Jets, I wouldn't think. Must be something else going on. I'm just not aware. All right, guys, 11:35. So I have another 20 minutes or so before I take my break, and Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Again, he's the originator of the trades of the week. I know he was in on Tuesday, so I'm sure he talked about the trade of the week then. IP, excuse me, the International Paper Company. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. Released earnings in the pre-market and just been basically steadily down, other than that little consolidation, but now another leg down, and that is for International Paper. Been around since 1898. Okay, where could it go before it hits any sort of a low? Well, 38.18. So I would be watching this perhaps. I'm going to put a price alert in this area. Maybe we get a bounce in that area, for the IP, maybe. But this is a big drop. I'm sure it's got a fairly big float. Yeah, 523 million in the float. So you can see the trio of shorts that the AI, other than the Cali, which is still, could turn out to be something later. It was all the shorting. Longs, no. All the shorting from the AI, which makes sense. I mean, the AI doesn't know, of course, what the market is going to be doing ahead of time when the strategies get back tested overnight. Market doesn't know that it's going to have a drop. But look at the time of the alerts: 9:40, 9:52, 9:53. Okay, so what was the market doing then? Here's the 9:30 start right there, or 9:30 start right there. Market's moving down. So even though there were some long alerts, with the market doing this, it's because you get an alert from the AI. I'd be also watching what the market is doing. Good morning, Overwise-I9S in our YouTube room. Good morning. If you have a question, good time to ask. Anytime's a good time to ask, but not really doing too much right now in terms of trading. Well, while I wait for another 20 minutes or so for Steve to show up, let me go over this race, just the concept of racing, okay? But before I do, Very polite of you to say hello. Very polite. Talking to Overwise in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, I just want to show you in the guide. Okay, in the guide, because I'm going to go over the race right here. But this is the concept of racing. So if you click on the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is the user guide. And if we scroll down, I might just want to stretch this out a bit, see it easily. Here is it. Here it is. So this is TI stock racing. This is the whole concept how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. I'm going to show you this race. Okay, what I'm using, but here is how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay. Aha, the SPY did take out the high, these highs right there, or at these highs. So maybe we're going to continue on a mini rally. So notice I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, customizable. You can run whatever time period you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. So what does this mean? 0.15%. It means that since the race started, this stock has moved the most. It's not like a huge amount, but this is why. And this is a large cap race. So the market cap has to be at least half a billion, and the minimum float has to be 50 million. So you're not going to get giant percentage moves in this race. So you can see what happens, just like any other race. There's a jockeying for position. Who's going to win it? So right now, this is ADMA is up 0.25% since the race started. It doesn't mean this is up 0.25% for the day. It means it's up 2.25% since the race started. So what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you. This is for any race of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, there's the well, right at this maybe level, maybe we're going to get a bounce. 38.18 is the next low. So again, a top 10 list is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So if it may not happen, but if ADMA, what time is it? Another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it just squeaked out the victory. Okay. So ADMA has won now 3 races. That's what the 3 means before it said 2. So it has now run 3 races. That is what the number means beside the symbol. So it gives you a focus list, stocks that you can focus on all day long. Instead of jumping around from stock to stock to stock, gives you a nice focus list. So that's number 1. If you see a stock in this list, I would click on it. You don't have to wait, number 1, for it to be the top. It just mere happened to be it moving up to the top. You don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. Click on it, see what's happening. These stocks don't necessarily have to be at the high of the day. Okay, here, well, most of them are going to be near the high of the day, just based on the filter that I've got in here. But so here's MUR. It's another earnings play. Murphy Oil. You're in the right sector. XLE, OIH are positive sectors today. With the SPY being down quite a bit, there's not that many sectors that are positive, but XLE, energy, and OIH are both positive. So, if you took this one, you think, okay, at least I'm in the right sector. So the question should be, so again, you can click, and here's another energy play, I think, CNC. This is another earnings play. Love is an earnings play. But you don't have to, again, wait for the stock to be at the high here. If you see it anywhere during the course of the race, click on it, see what is happening. It may be setting up for you. So why are these stocks showing up? If I right click in the body of the race, one of the options is to open the top list. Notice there's not that many. Now, if you go to my homepage, let me load it. I loaded it yesterday. And go down to the scan section. This race here is a lot more, first of all, there'll be a lot more stocks in it, and you will see some far bigger percentage moves. Doesn't mean it's better. It just means that, you're going to get a lot more, if that's what you're looking for. So this race, it takes about 30 seconds for it to rev up, but I'll show you what happens. But, ooh, I almost shut down. So this list is not very big. Okay, it's not very big, and this list is a lot bigger. You'll see in a moment. The other list is way bigger. So why is this list not that big? And notice though, it's not a static list. It's not like this is all that's going to be in here. What happened and why is it not that much? Well, first of all, on a day like today, when basically the overall market is down, I'm going to click on configure. This is what I'm looking for. So if the price is between $10 and $70, the volume at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from yesterday's close. So right there, there's not as many stocks doing that. Also, this is probably one of the key ones, the position in the day's range. When I have 95 minimum, what that means, if I had 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So when I put 95 there, it's going to be near the high of the day. Also, I have a minimum float of 50 million and a minimum market cap of 500 million. So with these three right there, you're just on a day like today, especially with the market being down, you're just not going to get that many stocks. But it's not a static list. This will expand, and you see how it just expanded because some stocks met the filter requirements. Some days this will be full. Depending, especially if it was the market was ripping higher, you'd see a full list of stocks. So let me show you this race, okay? Because again, this is what I was talking about. See how you can get bigger moves, bigger percentage moves, 4.9%. This one, very rarely will you get anything over 1%, just because of the market cap, etc. So this one you can get some big pops. But again, it's more volatile. So a stock that has popped up can easily come back down equally as quickly, if not more quickly. But let's take a look at the list here. If I right click, open the top list, you see how jammed it is. So even though the market is down, this list generally is always going to be jammed, okay? Because I don't have, here's what I'm looking for. See, I don't have market cap, I don't have minimum float. So you're going to get some, you can get some wild movers. Now, here's the whole concept of the race. So before we had races, how a person will use a top list window, and you can still use it for this purpose if you want. Let's say you said, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as I have the column, which I do, C% means the change from the close. If I double left click on it, you can see, I don't know how hard or easy it is to see, but that column is slightly indented like the column header. So I double left click on it, and now I've sorted. So TCGL is up 234%, feed 84%, etc. Okay. Could there be stocks more higher? Yes, there could be some, but not with the filter requirements that I got, not with these filters. Between $1 and $50. I'm sure if I saw some stocks that are like 10-cent stocks, there could be some over. But with these filters, this is what we're seeing. I wanted to see the change from the opening trade of the day, almost the same for TCGL, almost the same for feed. Okay. So that's how somebody would use this in the past. And you can still do it. Just show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So that's great. But, some of you say, well, you know what? I don't necessarily want to see the stocks that have already moved. How about is there a way we can see stocks that haven't quite moved yet? Well, that's what the race can do for you. So let's take a look at JMIA. I know that was active earlier. So JMIA is up 5%. What if, for whatever reason, it just started to move again? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? Well, that's what the race will do for you. The race, again, does not care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday. All it cares about is that in this list of stock, which one is moving the most percentage-wise in the list of stocks. Okay, and that's and that's why. So I'm running a 4-minute race. So at the end, sorry, this one right here, I'm running a 4-minute race. So you can see that CADX is up, not a huge amount, but it's up 1.7%. Now, why am I not seeing a top 10? Because I just loaded the race. So your top 10 list will be built, from the time that you loaded the race. So because I know some people say, well, wait a minute, I loaded your race. How come I'm not seeing the top 10? It'll start to build for you, and your top 10 could be very different, even when it's finally built. So you have your choice. You can run this race. You can run them both if you want. This is a more volatile race. This is a more, if I were starting out trading, this is something I might want to pay a little more attention to because it's just not as volatile. These are wonderful when they're on your side, but they can be a little bit tricky to trade if you're not used to trading. Okay. So that's the concept of racing. Okay. So hopefully this is starting to make sense that you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. You want to create a different price range, minimum volume, add some filters in, go ahead. You can also do things like you can create a watch list or a symbol list of the stocks that you want to follow. Maybe it's the same basket of stocks every day. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks you like to follow every day. So you create a symbol list or what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and you attach it to the top list window, and then you can just run a race based on those. Maybe it's a different group of symbols every day based on maybe you did some evening work and you said, you know what, these are the stocks I want to follow tomorrow. You can run a race on those stocks. So you're not limited to just, creating a filter and just watching those and watching the stocks that meet the filter requirements. Okay, so, and there's an easy way also to, if you click on the gear, so you might take this race, you might say, I like the race, but there's things I just don't like about it. So you click on the gear and then click on advanced, and here's where you can actually start adding filters, maybe changing the values, or add some filters in, or getting rid of some of these filters. That's completely up to you. Okay, and this is how also this is the race setup. Again, this is all in the guide. So I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to. I'm running a 4-minute race. You want to run a different time frame? Go ahead. Also, this is auto start unload is one of the boxes that you could check. So for instance, if you want to run the race in the pre-market, or in theory, when you load trade ideas, it'll auto start on whenever you loaded it. But if you're if you're here in the pre-market and you want to run the race in the pre-market, you can do it. Just check the auto start unload. I have got auto start at time. I want to run this race starting at 9:30. That's just my preference. Doesn't have to be your preference. You know what I do? I might just run this race, cover up this one, just have them run. I used to do that. Okay, 11:54. I better get my announcement prepared. So when I take my break soon, I'm just waiting for Steve Gomez to show up in our YouTube room. I'll be out till about 1 o'clock. Okay. And for those of you who are in our main room, and by the way, those of you who are maybe just joining us in YouTube, there is another room. Okay. If you're looking for a little more action, you can click. I put my homepage link in the YouTube room, and if you click on it, if you're looking for a little more action, a lot more traders, there is another trading room right here. Okay. But I'm staying YouTube now because I'm going to be gone for an hour, and Steve Gomez will take over for me in the YouTube room. But if you want to come into this room after, or this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're interested in pre-market, like watching what other traders are talking about in the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45, and it's free. It is free, but definitely a lot more interaction amongst traders. And for those of you in that room, the main room, this is the YouTube link. So if you want to head over and listen to Steve, well, the goal of the room is, I mean, to expose people to trade ideas, the program, that's what I'm demonstrating all day long, showing you how you can create your own types of scans and things like that. Depends if you're brand new to trading, though. There's a course you can take free. And if you're interested in trade ideas, but you don't have the product, this is what I would do. Give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, I can do Overwise in our YouTube room. If you click on my homepage link and you go down to the education section and scroll down a little bit more, you see where it says getting started with trade ideas. You can start off with that second video. These are 12 short videos, and so you'll look at 11 of them. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. Okay, you can always go month to month, or take out a month. You can use this promo code Barry15. You get 15% off the first month. So I mean, you could always try us for a month. If you didn't like it, just let us know. So there's no long-term commitment. But coming into the room, you're gonna, you can ask me questions about the program. It's not just a trading room; it is a support room also. But I'll be leaving very soon for about an hour. So give me a moment as I shut down my music so I can hear Steve when he shows up. Yeah, so you can either come. So again, Overwise, depending if you want a lot more action with other traders. Okay, it's not just me. You can come into the main room, the trading room, as I call it, on my homepage. Okay, we'll see you Monday. New here, BGI Bix. Well, go to YouTube. Okay, I'm going to be taking off very soon, but welcome. I'll be back at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. But I put in the YouTube link, and you can hit, because I'll be taking a break, but somebody from Trade Ideas will be taking over for me in our YouTube stream. Okay, just give me a moment. So you click on my homepage link. So I just put the homepage link underneath. You just asked how to get to that link. So I'm clicking on the homepage link. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here's the link. That's not on my. I mean, it might be on my homepage, but rather than try to find it, here's the link to get into YouTube. Okay, just put it underneath. Okay, you asked right there. There's the link to get into YouTube, and I just heard a little pop. So I think Steve is in our YouTube room now. So guys, I will mute myself now in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Steve Gomez for his second time this week. How are you doing today? Enjoying the market action?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Trying to figure out what this right setting here. Looking at the, hang on a second. Let me go to YouTube.
Okay.
Dan said turn on my camera today. So.
Why?
I don't know. He said he likes it.
I don't know. I'm certainly not going to, not for 6 hours.
Let me see if I can figure out how to turn that one off. Oh, that's probably why. Okay. Yeah, no big deal. No, not you. He just said to me for me to do it. No big deal. Happy
All
to
right.
do it.
Okay. You got your hair all combed?
Got my hair all combed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Teeth whitened.
So yeah, how was today? Today was not fun as a swing trader coming in long. It was a bit of a buzzsaw. There was no bounce.
Yeah, especially with the the silver and gold and copper. I know you were talking about copper yesterday. Just and look at the USAR. I mean, just I mean that is just got destroyed really from the 4 day ago high.
Well, USAR is a tough one because some government realignment came out, some headline to crush that one. Copper was great overnight for about, a blink of an eye. And then as soon as the market opened, everything got destroyed.
I
It's
know.
been a volatile day and everything.
Yeah. So it's hard, even as a swing trader, certainly as an intraday. I mean, I'm assuming you still have stops as a swing trader. So
I
with
did. I
some
got
of these,
stopped out of a few things. Yeah.
yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Anywho, I'll take off for about an hour. I know I'll come back at about 5:02. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
So we'll see you then.
Yep. Another reason is I'm going to be gone on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'm not going to be wanting to hold on to a lot of stock. Let's put it that way.
So you're going on the big ski vacation, right? With Dan and Brian Shannon.
I'll take Dan away from you guys on Wednesday. Sorry.
Right. Okay, Steve.
All right.
I'll see you in about a little less than an hour.
Okay. There we go. I figured out that video setting there now. Remove that little black box. All right. Hello, everybody. Oof. Okay, Steve, you know my questions. Teddy, you're asking, what do I think about the market? Right? That's what the question is. Sure, I got stopped out of a few things. I'm still bullish. I really think that today was an extra special volatile shakeout, especially the way we're bouncing. Yes, sir. It's all about the close. Again, like I just told Barry, I'm out of town next week, so I've kept some core holdings. And the other stuff I was just kind of playing around. I sold. I'll show you where I pen marked it. I got stopped out of a lot of things, probably right about there. So the market's bounced back. I'm okay with it. I still have a few core holdings that'll work for me, but I'm trying to thin out and enjoy my vacation in Tahoe next week. And I say that, but I have my laptop with me. But Teddy, nothing's really changed fundamentally. I think, the bigger the shakeout and the bigger the recovery, if we end the day here higher than where we're speaking right now, that was just in hindsight, the mother of all shakeouts. But in the moment, that's no fun. And it was no fun at all. So yeah, I paired some risk, but I don't see anything really changing out there other than a black swan headline if something were to happen overseas that we just didn't see. But I'll tell you this, when you've got Treasury Secretary Bessent and Trump saying, invest in America, this is going to be a great year. I just don't think they say those things, not knowing what they know, is coming out of their back pocket. So, TGB was probably a volatile one. I'm still bullish on the market, Teddy, to answer your question. I'm still bullish. And if today winds up closing back higher or higher than where we are currently, we have a nice big long tail in the S&Ps maybe. We close back up here. We have a long bottoming tail. That's just going to be more bullish. That's going to frustrate. In other words, that's going to frustrate the shorts. Imagine if you were short and you pile it on and you just thought this market's done and bam, let's go. And you added some more and you added some more. All of a sudden, your break-even spot's about there and the market closes back up here. Are you going to trust that the trend is going to break for you, or will the trend continue? I'd hate to be short that scenario. So sometimes, and this is what's happening in silver, the shorts literally just propel the markets, or in this case, the commodity higher. it's just like a momentum wheel. The shorts pile in, they realize they're wrong, they whip back around, and they're competing with new buyers. They're trying to get out, and all hell breaks loose. So I stayed in DJT. I stayed in Rum. I really like the Rum story. I'm seeing a lot of people really upset at TikTok. They've been thrown off. And I've seen the CEO of Rumble on X say, come on over. We've got shorts starting next week. We've got an incredible incentive for creator programs and payouts and a new dashboard. I think Rumble could really make some waves if it breaks out of this little downtrend it's in. So I'm guessing on that one, of course. I'm staying in this Bitcoin play, this ABTC. I'm just going to keep some Bitcoin exposure there. There was one more thing I kept. What was it? GameStop. I feel like something happened in GameStop. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I'm still in the money. No big hurt, no big foul. No harm, no foul. So I'm not doing anything else for the rest of the day. I'm whatever you guys want to talk about. And of course, I got to start off by saying, the session here is designed for new users, especially if you've got a question. Don't feel like you're interrupting me. Pop in and say, how do I do this? Because I'm going to be happy to show you how to do it. Otherwise, I'll just start rambling. So TGB, who was that? Patrick? Yeah. I mean, textbook. This is what the miners have been doing on the metal miners. Textbook gap up. If you want that profit on the open, you better take it. But if you're willing to sit through, this is what they seem to do. Fill the gap, turn around, and start to buy it back. I'm still waiting to hear, Patrick, if they're, I went to go sell some more junk silver the other day at the coin shop, and they turned me back. They said their bank account, their hedge they weren't able to hedge the buys. And so they couldn't do it. There's just too much volatility right now. So that chart kind of tells the story. We can go over to this. Just a giant stop run. So if you were short silver, you're starting to wonder, did I do the right thing or what's going to happen here? Gold and silver becoming a degen meme stock. Well, I've been having this discussion with Andy and other people I see on X. And if you're going to lean on the side of when gold and silver start getting crazy, it's usually a bad omen for the stock market. And I'm sure some people are thinking that. But I'm going to come back and say this time it really is different. Last few times silver tried to break out, it didn't last long. It was parabolic and then quick reversal. The banks, the central banks, the fiat monsters that control the economy got a hold of it and said, no, you can't do that. So I maintain what silver's doing now is it's not running, it's just adjusting. It's catching up to where it should have been. It's been suppressed for so long, so bad. And with that being said, if that's the case and gold doing the same thing, it doesn't mean that stocks have to roll over and get scary. Again, Trump and Bissett just saying nothing, and Letnick, nothing but positive. Invest in America. We're bullish. Things are coming. The best is yet to come. The golden age. All right. How many times have you heard Trump say the golden age? You know what he's talking about. So I remember when he and Elon teased way back earlier in the year, last year, about Fort Knox, and Elon says, "Hey, I wonder how much this gold is in Fort Knox." And Trump says, "Yeah, good question. We should audit that." And then nothing since then. So that was a seed that was planted. And what's happened since then? Countries and everybody's scrambling to get their hands on as much physical gold as possible. So that whole Fort Knox thing is going to come back around. And if you don't know it, the last time Fort Knox was audited, I just looked this up on Grok today, was 1950 under Eisenhower. And there's even suspect as to how much physical gold they touched and didn't test to make sure it wasn't tungsten and rip. Since then, any audit is basically just they open the door and they go, oh yeah, it's still there. But they don't know what's in there. And so Trump really teased a lot of people with Elon's comment. And what I'm getting at is the fiat dollar is going to go bye-bye. And the Fed, all the talking about the Fed, is probably going to be just merged into the Treasury. And maybe by this time next year, we're talking about a dollar, and all dollars and all currencies across the globe are going to be asset-backed, real-world asset-backed, likely gold, silver, and maybe even crypto. And you've heard Trump even say, maybe we'll just pay off our debt with gold, silver, and crypto. That's where we're headed. The value of gold and silver will probably continue to rip higher, and there will be a revaluation, a repeg. Let's say, for instance, gold does go to 10,000 later this year. All of a sudden, what happens if we go to Fort Knox and there's even more gold in there than we thought, and we have an absolute payoff of our $37 trillion debt. We become debt-free. We kick the fiat Fed to the curb. We tell them thanks for the 100 years of the Ponzi scheme and the usury. And we go to what was worked in the past before 1913, tariffs, fees, maybe a small national value-added tax, and an asset-backed currency where everybody has a fair shot, and you're not just losing value. The value of the dollar has gone down 97% since 1913. So I'm not scared of what I'm seeing in silver and gold in terms of, oh my God, it's going to crash the market. That's thinking in the old paradigm. And I think we're moving to a new paradigm, so that no longer applies. And the new paradigm, I think, is going to embrace real world assets, silver and gold. There you have it. Macro Steve, can't help it. He's always been a big proponent of gold, you know. Kennedy wanted to bring us back to the silver standard. Our dollars were, you know, silver and fiat at the same time, and he wanted to get rid of the fiat, and we know how that worked out. As I'm speaking, you know, the spies are moving higher. So, no, I'm a huge believer that that's where we're going. Now, today, back to stocks, has not been easy. Look at this compare account window on my small caps. 80% sells to 20% buyers, new highs versus new lows. That's crazy. Definitely a drawdown today in my account. Not as bad as it was, but I took a lot of risk off. So yeah, again, I'll just keep rambling, but if anybody has any questions on the product, you know, I was in Sean Deckmar's room yesterday and I demonstrated something. Let's grab this one. It's just a reminder that, you know, you see this new high just going crazy. It's so hard to keep up with that. But if you come over here to the count, you've often seen what the count is. And if you just double click that, count by descending, sort by the count, okay, boom, we just reshuffled the whole view mode. And now we just turned an alert window into kind of a top list. And so since I've started this alert window running and changed the view mode to show me the most new highs, BATL has had the most new highs since I turned it on. There you go. BAC, most new highs. So after about 20 or 30 minutes of this marinating, you can start to see where a lot of the strength is. It's kind of like a race, kind of like the precursor to the races, because you're just kind of seeing which ones are showing up at the top. Seems like the market's all of a sudden just really done about face. It's funny. All right, so yeah, hopefully everybody saw that, what I did here. I can share that, of course. I shared this out to Sean's group. But I can look at charts for you guys if you want. They're probably all going to look alike. Oh, man, I got shaken out of this oak low. I was in this. It's not even bouncing that hard, so that's fine, whatever. No biggie. My mind is on, not so much on what I'm going to set up for next week because I'm going to be out of town, so just have a couple core positions. if you want to talk about crypto, there are more and more layoffs happening. Amazon laid off. Yeah. You know, I was having this discussion with my daughters, adult daughters. They were over there tonight. And, you know, there's a lot of people that are scared and they see it coming. And one of them is a teacher. And again, I'll go back. I've said it before. I'll go back to that podcast I heard with Elon at SpaceX and the two other guys. I dropped the link on Tuesday. If anybody wants it, just ask. I'll drop it. But the concept is, yes, AI is going to take jobs. But on the flip side, and on the heels of everything I just talked about, with a sound dollar, an asset-backed dollar, a real fair shot, federal bank gone, and income taxes likely gone as well. When you add AI into our new economy, it's going to streamline the ability for us to find ways to create what he called basic high income, or not necessary basic income, but universal living income. And it'll just be there. I don't know how he's seeing it or what he's seeing, but he's saying, don't worry, because AI is going to cut both ways. Yes, it's going to cut out the jobs that were there before, but it's going to open up new opportunity with a safety net as well. So, you know, you start to ask yourself the old question: if you didn't have to wake up and go to that job you hate every day, but you go because you have to, what would you do? Oh, you want to become a goat milk farmer. Okay, well, guess what? There's going to be a high demand for local goat milk, and you're going to become the artisan expert. And everybody's just kind of filter in to what they love doing. And there's going to be a nice basic income. I'm not making this up. That's basically, you know, what Elon and those guys are predicting. They're kind of futurists. So yes, people are going to lose their jobs to AI. It's inevitable. So I was having that discussion with my daughters the other day. Seeing a lot of green come through. It's just one of those half and half days, huh? Weak in the morning and strong in the afternoon. Again, that'll portend for a bullish, you know, week next week. It could. So crypto, this is silver here. This is where I already recovered half of the flash crash it had. And this is to be expected when you get stuff that's been running up this much. These are the kind of moves you're going to get. It could happen at any time. But like I was stacking silver 4 years ago, and then I was stacking XRP 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Haven't bought it in over a year. I was stacking silver around 27, and I was stacking XRP at 50 cents. As I've watched and learned more and more about the utility coins, now Bitcoin is not a utility coin. Bitcoin is a store of value. And I'm looking at the hour charts here. Let's go to the daily. And there's room, like I said, in the future for asset-backed currencies, real world, and Bitcoin will play a part in that, along probably with gold and silver. But the utility coins are these XRPs and XLM and HBAR, and they're going to be, I think, a part of the new economic system as, you know, countries move currency back and forth. It's going to replace the SWIFT system, which takes 3 days now or so to clear. And the worst part is, you have to understand, there's a thing called Nostra Bostra, where banks have to hold a basket of different currencies. So like if you get a SWIFT order for a wire from, you know, Chinese yuan to US dollars, and they're wiring it, it sits for 3 days or so in the SWIFT system. And the bank that's receiving that message, it's nothing more than a message. And that's the important message. It's a message. And in that message, they turn around and they go, okay, let me go to my Bostra yen basket, and we'll convert this yen and the dollar that we happen to have. We have to have it on file on our balance sheet. And there you go. We'll match it up and it's yours. That's not going to happen with these utility coins. With the utility coins, you're going to convert on the digital rails from one currency to another in 5 seconds for a fraction of what it costs now. And XRP is the one that's going to be, I believe, with Ripple. They're setting up all the compliances, all the regulations, all the deals, all the NDAs worldwide. I think they're going to be a major part of that. With that said, the more I've learned about all this, there's a company called Hedera, and they have a token called HBAR. Same kind of a thing. It's designed to move tokenized assets quickly, convert them quickly, but they don't use a blockchain, as I understand. They use what's called a hash graph. All that means is it works a lot faster than a blockchain and a lot cheaper. It doesn't use any energy like Ethereum uses a lot of energy to burn through transactions and nodes. So I've been stacking HBAR. And the last 2 weeks, I've actually doubled my position in this. They came out with, you can look it up. They came out with, getting some good basement prices down here. They came out with F1. If you're an F1 fan, which I'm not, but I'm a fan of HBAR, and I follow their X account, and they said they just struck a deal with F1 for, kind of a tokenized rewards. That's the word I'm thinking for, like kind of a rewards program, tokenized stuff. And they're going to use the Hedera hash graph to facilitate for the F1 fans. That's as much as I know. But the important thing is that's a PR headline. It's a real world use case for Hedera. F1 is a real company. And I've been stacking that. Look at this market just climbing back. How does it do it? Some of the things I was stopped out of, AEVA, coming back, SYM, coming back. It's a tough market. That's okay. I made my bed. I took my lumps because I know I'm going on vacation. I didn't really feel like slaying and fighting. So the other thing that's really cool about Hedera that I like, and the reason I'm stacking it, is that the more I learn, okay, the use case of it, the PR, the deals they're making, they have an ETF. And there's not many cryptos that can say they have an ETF. It just came out a couple months ago, HBR. This is it. This is the HBAR ETF. And just, looking at this, I have been stacking a lot lately down here. And I came in with some, but I've, doubled my position down here. So take that for what it's worth. It's not financial advice, but, if you're curious about crypto and utility coins, start asking GPT or Grok or whatever, because that's all I've been doing. I've been learning more about it. Let's see. Somebody asked me this morning. I saw an email come through. The GBIs, they're working. Somebody said the RBI and GBIs weren't working, but I'll keep an eye out for that email. You're probably not in here. If that was you, let me know. But whatever you guys want to talk about. The Bitcoin ETF's having a tough time bouncing. Oops. Sorry. Oh boy. I mean, are the shorts just going to get run over again? And like I said, flywheel this thing, momentum back to high? It's quite possible. No complaints by me. Like I said, I've been sitting on this stuff for a while. Finally coming into play. I know Dan has been big on HYMC. He called that one early. I traded it. I don't own it like he does. Big swings in that thing. Moo. Always wanted to talk about Moo. All right, let's take a look. Whew, looks beautiful. I mean, they're just participating in the AI revolution, aren't they? I mean, now, interestingly, things can only go parabolic for so long, unless it's gold or silver. But one of the things I noticed early on in trading is you get like 3 different angles, and that third angle we're in right now. So depending on, where you are, if you're a long-term investor, notice how the rising 5-day SMA, this is why I use this, the 130 SMA. Short-term, lately, Andy and I have been trying to just buy stocks that we like, buy them off as much as we can off this. Today, they plunged right through. So I would say this, if you're like a short-term swing trader, the minute this thing crosses back down below our 130 SMA here on a 15-minute chart, be careful, because it looks extremely frothy and overbought to me. Nice tail today. This will tell the story right here, probably, if it wants to roll over or continue to push back to 440. But you see a lot of open air space right here. Anything can happen. You saw that in silver. Let's look at silver. You get that much space in something. And, basically it was up here. And then all that space can quickly disappear. And oh my, well, you look at where the buyers jumped into the SLV ETF. I mean, it's uncanny, right? This is why I use this. Look at that. This is why Andy and I have been saying in this market right now, we only want to be buying off of this blue line. Don't be chasing gaps. Don't be trying to be a hero. Wait for it to come down. And there you have it. That's impressive. Earnings in SanDisk. Okay, so that could definitely be a catalyst to move this thing around for sure. Yeah, there you go. Interesting. No, I mean, I've kind of talked about the fact that this market is still very bullish to me. Qs are down 1.27. NASDAQ, S&Ps are much better. So tech is weak. S&Ps are okay. And as usual, so far, the 2026 year has been the year of small caps. So IWM is all we have to use for small caps. They're down a fraction. So you ask about Qs. Well, they're going to be the tech-laden stuff. We were just looking at MU. Some of these things are really extended. So that's why I think NASDAQ Qs are just always kind of playing catch-up in third place lately, because they've had their good run. The baton seems to have been passed to the small caps, and the S&P seems to be doing better. If we look at respectively, we're still, under this blue line there in the Qs, but the S&P, same in the S&P, not bad, but technically, percentage-wise and visually, seems like the S&P has a longer tail. And if we just continue to bid higher into the close, the longer the tail, the more bullish it's going to be moving forward, because we cleaned out a lot of the weak hands, me being one of them in a few stocks, but not all of them. And, I've often said, if you want to shoot an arrow in the air, you have to pull it back. That's about as good as an analogy I can give. So the Qs are playing a third seat right now. The small caps are where the action is. And definitely the metals are still holding up extremely well. Silver is just charging back. Gold down 0.35, silver down 0.86. I look at COPX now for copper. That's still green on the day. Nothing but silver miners coming through my ticker now. Yeah. So, all right. Hopefully that answer helped you on the NASDAQ. I mean, a rising tide will lift them all. NASDAQ just might not rise as fast as the small caps. Let's see if there's anything interesting on the short squeeze. Normally on this scan, better off looking at the stuff that hasn't run as much. That's not bad. Six Flags. Well, yeah, Newmont is going to be it's the same story. So what I've learned about the miners, I've been playing them for a while, and once they got going, they were really frustrating me back here. Look at all these days. This were just brutal days back here. But once they got going, if they gap up, you sell them. And today was a perfect example. If they gap up, be careful, because it really becomes musical chairs. Now, as far as Newmont goes, obviously, we're going to continue to watch gold and silver. If the commodity continues to drag higher, Newmont's technical hurdle for me is this right here. See, our 130 once again comes into play. It was support back here. And if you don't know what I mean, 15-minute chart with 130 SMA gives you a 5-day moving average, a perfect 5-day moving average. That's where all the action to me is, resistance and support. So if Newmont it got stopped here, it got stopped here. If it can break back through that blue line and hold, then Newmont's back in play. But if it doesn't, expect a day or two of chop. Once you have that big of a break like we had this morning, it's unusual for them to recover. If they do, then watch out shorts, but it's probably going to take a couple of days to chop through. Yeah, some of the stuff I got out of really isn't bouncing as high. Especially this SMR. That's coming up. Anyway, light engulfing bearish today. Yeah. The miners, the metal miners have been really hard to play. Boy, I'd hate to be short gold right now, because you are just like, if this SLV breaks back above 105, which is the high of last candle, you might see some short cover panic. Or if it doesn't, then we just do what I said. We just kind of, slowly resonate back into a small coil. I don't know. Seeing the miners pushing again. SIL is the silver miner ETF. Look at that. They pulled back perfectly to the 10 SMA on the daily. All right. Have I missed any questions? I don't think so. Don't be shy. Yeah, the TGB looks just like copper. It's just following it perfectly. And I still maintain these nuke plays. You got to keep an eye on them. We need power to run these AI centers like yesterday. Not much to do for me today, except answer you guys' questions. What do you want to talk about? So these utility coins, and you can see XRP did nothing for a long, whoops, oh crap, what did I just do? There we go. Stuck at 50 cents down here. I was just stacking. Then the election happened, and pro-crypto president popped us up into play, and we basically have held this 180 level pretty well over the course of the year. XLM have some of this too. This is more peer-to-peer. Same concept, given more back though. And then H bar. This is actually held up a little better than XLM. This is the one I just finished stacking a lot of right down here. Actually took some of the silver proceeds. I sold some junk silver at the coin shop, and they handed me a check. So that moved right into each bar. It's certainly not going to sit in a fiat currency. I don't want that. That just keeps losing value day after day. This is another cool scan too. I showed this in Sean Duckmore's yesterday, and Dan came up with this one. And it's, again, just nothing more than what's in play in the moment. It's going to flip around through a lot of different names, but as you see a name come through, you can stop on it and say, oh, I really like this daily chart. And if it wants to continue to break out, maybe I'll try and work myself an order in. But here's a couple more that just came through. ABSI running. Now they're not meant to chase; they just meant to kind of put them on your radar. But the unique thing about the way Dan programmed this is it's just a basic palette of different time frames: 10-minute, 2-minute, 5-minute. Has to be positive. Relative volume has to be 1. Consecutive candles have to be 2. So you can watch these things and maybe bid into them if you like what you're seeing, depending on the situation. But just another goofy way of, not trying to scan for a pattern or anything, but just plugging in simple numbers, and you come up with something that's showing you something in motion and giving you, more importantly, a watch list for the day. Holy shit, there goes SPY and NASDAQ. Wow. Silver keeps going. SPY back on high. Wow. Bullish. Teddy, bullish. The more we close up, if we roll back over and go to lows, no. But if we start to close like this right here, or anything better than this right here, bullish. Right there. Came in, you wiped out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days to shake the trees. And the people who were having conviction jumped in and took the weak hands down here. It's just been happening over and over and over again. So today is probably not unlike these past days here. But this big pullback is the kinetic energy now that we need stored up to move up and through. Any golf fans out there? And that reminds me, I got to turn it on. I am so excited because today is the first day of the farmers at Torrey Pines here in San Diego, and it's just always beautiful weather. They get the drone going on the 17th and 16th, 17th hole. The drone shots are just amazing. That's where I learned to play golf. Freaking addicting. Barry knows. Back when his shoulders allowed him to play. Ah, there it is. Sweet. Thought about going out there and walking around, but I still might. It's a beautiful day. It's on the Golf Channel right now. All right. have faith that those benefiting from AI will share the wealth with those who put out a work. It's going to be probably a tumultuous short term, but what I'm speaking of is going to be more long term. In the end, it's going to be scary. It is going to be scary for a lot of people. But I think things are going to work out somehow. One of the things, Elon and them were saying was take healthcare, for instance. The price of healthcare is probably going to go almost down to nothing with technology. Yeah, there's no guarantees of that either. This EXO, God, I tried to play it the other day. It's absolutely nasty. I think I'll put an alert out there, but it's only got 3 million in the float. And boy, oh boy, this thing, it's just going to be one of those news stocks. But exoskeleton, helps workers and people, that gives the support, and climbers and the hikers have been using them now to just kind of give your legs an extra boost. And of course, for people who are disabled, UBI for the people losing the jobs. Yeah, I think right off the bat, there's going to be some sort of a safety net. And if you haven't watched it, go watch it. The Elon SpaceX podcast, it was done in late December, right before the end of the year. It's encouraging if you're really concerned about that. And people have every right to be a good friend of our family. Her husband has worked at Google and had the dream job forever in the Google mapping department. And I asked, my friend the other day, and he said, yeah, it's kind of like the unspoken thing. The whole family's just kind of like waiting with bated breath because they know there's a good possibility it could be coming. So ideally, we want to hear some sort of plan for those people, for sure. And the sooner we can work out this new paradigm of our currency, getting rid of the Fed and the fiat and going to a gold and silver backed assets, and the sooner the better. That'll help everybody. Let's start there. Because the rigging will become unrigged. That's step one. Gotta go back to the hourly on this. Let me see if I can find that. Gotta go back to this one. I'll find it. Hold on.
Most people have no clue that going into 2026, the best way to make money with the stock market.
All right, it's this one. It's like the third time I've dropped that because I enjoyed it that much. It's long, but it's good, and it's kind of lay out where I think we're going. Imagine 5 years from now, the best surgeons in the world are going to be probably Optimus robots, and they're all going to learn from each other in the cloud. And somebody said, "Oh man, I don't know if I want a robot operating on me." He says, "Well, do you trust the LASIK robot, or would you rather have like a shaky hand 68-year-old man doing the LASIK on your eye?" And that's a good way to look at it. I mean, eventually we're going to trust the robocabs and going to trust the Optimus robots to perform surgery on us, and they're all going to learn at lightning speed because they're all going to be connected. This is all the kind of stuff they talk about. And he basically said, don't go to medical school if you want to be a surgeon. You better find something else to do because you're just not going to make it. So it's a huge moment where everybody's got to kind of pivot and figure out where they fit in. And there's probably a lot of people just waiting for that shoe to drop. But as they're waiting for the shoe to drop, they should think about what it is they really enjoy doing. If somebody were to say, hey, you don't have to worry about, the basic things, but you can have a side hustle on top of the basic things provided for you, and then, enjoy a new way of doing it. All right, guys, I'll be here for another 8 minutes or so. Crypto is not happy. So far it's been all selling and then all buying, and then we're just going to kind of settle in here, it looks like. You can see the red start to pop in here as the market starts to pull back a little bit. But man, again, this really tells the story today. It was a vicious, vicious sell-off this morning. Get it all over with in one day, I guess. 3 days of sell-off in one day. Well, I guess that person who had the RBI GBI question got it solved. I haven't heard back from them. Hmm. I haven't even looked at the AI trades today. I gave up on UAVS, guys. It's just garbage. There's nothing to like about it. I don't know what to do. I thought it was going to be a decent drone stock, but apparently not. I don't think I shared this one. This is that scan I showed earlier. If anybody wants to play with it, you can. Just stuff that's strong. Wow. Sounds good to me, Dave. I have no problem loading up on or sitting. I have no problem sitting in a lot of ABTC for Bitcoin exposure mining company. And I've been stacking the on Uphold Exchange is the one that I use. I've been using to buy a lot of HBAR. We'll see. We go back to those weekly charts. It does seem like we're sitting on a lot of oversold conditions down here. Ethereum. XRP has only spiked below these levels 1, 2, 3 times and doesn't last long. Hopefully that stays. Yeah, we need to hold these levels in a lot of these names. Definitely flirting. They're all kind of similar here. So a reversal here would be nice. If we break down and just grind lower, then so be it. That's just the way it's going to be. The only thing holding up well is Meta after their earnings. We're getting to that part of the day where we're going to test that bounce and see how much that bounce, what it's made of. A lot of volatility out there. guys, I'm probably gonna run here in a second. Barry will be back in a minute. No, I can't hear you. You can't hear me. So you can go. I can't hear you. Wonder why. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see here. How about now?
I don't know. Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
I did it because
Oh,
I removed you. I did something in StreamYard. I removed you. Sorry.
oh, okay.
You're back.
Doggone it, because I was going. That was you going down the slopes, you know.
Yeah. Well, I was
And
gonna say,
you didn't hear me.
that's going to be me. And maybe, I don't know, you got to put on the golf channel. They got the Torrey Pines tournament just started. It's just a beautiful day out there.
Oh yeah, I have golf there. Yes, I have golf there a long time ago. But yeah, beautiful area, Steve. Beautiful area.
No complaints. All right. Yes, I'll be off next week, but I'll be back Friday. So
Okay.
sounds
Okay.
good.
Thanks, Steve.
I'm going to leave. Hang on.
Okay. Okay, guys, I've taken over the. Okay, I'm back in both rooms now. Give me one moment as I get rid of my announcement and get my music going. There we are. Okay, guys, back. BATL. What a run it went on. And just give me one moment. Okay, so, well, I guess, well, you know, I mean, hindsight is everything. I guess I could have held on to my CMC SA short, but you know, it popped up into the 30 level again, and so I didn't do that. I think I'll keep this race up. This is again the more volatile race. Boy, look at that. The move on CADX is quite frankly unbelievable. Not because it's up 104%, but look at the wave on the 2-minute chart. Look at it. Print this out. This is what you want to see. Narrow wave, narrow. The bottom of the bars keeping in touch with the top of the wave. Only I think one right there did it actually come into the wave, the bar. So if you'd been in this trade down here, say a 307, you could have taken some off right here, but you don't get out of your entire trade, and you just let it keep working. Man, and I'm surprised, you know, we don't normally see the cheap ones that look like this. Usually the cheap ones are, you know, fairly volatile, a little more difficult to keep in the trade, even using the wave. But boy, oh boy, what a great. I want to see if was there any news on this one? I don't see any news on this one, CADX. I'm sure there's something to be up 102%. And it's not a crazy low float. I mean, it's 62 million. It's not high, but it's not one of those low floats, you know, less than a million or less than 5 million. Man. And you can see that since I loaded this race about, what time did I load it? Maybe about 11:30. So it has won 4 races. Feed has won. Now, the interesting thing, okay, the difference between this race and the large cap race, other than the fact that I've got a market cap minimum and a minimum float in here, these stocks, the ones you're seeing here still have to be kind of near the high of the day. Okay, that's one of the filters that are in place. These ones here do not have to be near the high of the day at all. In fact, well, here's ZSTK. You just talked about it. Well, if that's a bad example, let me see if links. Oh, ooh, over $1. Is this today's Obi? Is links today's crazy one? Those already had this is the 3rd day run. It'd be better if it was the 1st day. So what am I trying to find here? I can't believe I'm not able to find one that I'm talking about. Okay, this is sort of an idea. Okay, so here's the seg right there. Now, the high today was 207. That's not. I want to find a really good, like a really one that really highlights what I'm talking about. Sort of. So here's OSS, and you see what could have happened is this pullback, nowhere near the high of the day, but it's very possible that right there, as it started to move, it could have. So this is decent for pullback plays too. Looking at a list of these stocks right here, and maybe the one already won a race, okay? Because the stocks don't have to be near the high of the day. They could have fallen, and then all of a sudden just have a pop. And so, it could be the biggest mover in the list of stocks as a pullback play that is starting to move. Maybe a stock you see and it's coming into the VWAP, and then you see it here and it's starting to move. It could be move, so the VWAP might be acting as support. I guess the bottom line is these stocks that you see here don't necessarily have to be even close to the high of the day, whereas these ones do. I did see that, Obi. I saw the life and I saw the yes. I did see that when I was because I had the price alert set for them. I don't know why that happens. I don't keep saying that, but no, I think I know why. I click, and I assume it's clicking up there, but I'm clicking down here. All right, mystery, I suppose, solved. That's in the browser. The browser-based charts. So it was priced at what price? So it's a little bit above the IPO price. This one, 34, and it's at 35 now. Well, I didn't notice it after I saw it at 30. Did not notice. Obi's asked me, did I notice the move? This, when it comes down, is, I mean, look, guys, it's Singapore, China. I don't mean Singapore is China. I mean, typically this is what can happen to these sort of stocks that have very low floats. And all of a sudden, when the rug gets pulled, they come right back down. And again, you're looking for news on this, you're probably not going to find anything. Well, this is interesting. This is, I didn't even see this one. This is, it came in at 11 o'clock. This is Manchester, or Manpower, sorry, not Manchester United. Manpower Group. It's an earnings play, decent volume. And this, showed up in our AI at 30.76, so a $2 move so far from that. I don't know why I didn't see that one. This one is taken over as the best short. The only issue I would have had with Calix is this move up here. Probably would have got rid of some of your trade anyway. The entry was at 49.42, and what did it get to? Up to 47. So it was still $2 underneath the entry if you got in around the entry price. But that probably would have got out. You would have got out a lot, if not everything. This has been a surprising one, guys. I mean, well, here we go. So it actually did have a pullback, but you're not seeing it on the pullback. You're seeing it because it's near the high of the day. And this is another earnings play, TAL, T-A-L, and 1244. So wow, this is right at that high, right at the high. 1246 right now. That high right there is 1244. So Will that act as mini resistance for a while? And the market. So when I left, the market was doing this, and it was kept going. I remember when it took out the VWAP, and that's at 1235, and at 1235, a little bit of a drop through the VWAP, but you know what? Testing the VWAP again. So you were joking earlier, Dwayne, but you never know. Maybe this will go green. All right, guys, I'm going to one last time today put in my homepage the link to it, show you the information you can get from it, including, of course, if you do want to take out a subscription sometime in the future, you can use my code right now. The code is for 15% off. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of either a standard or premium subscription. Okay, remember, first month only. And if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, really would help if you use my code, because I am monitoring the YouTube room and the main room here. And the more the company sees my code being used, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. And talking about the other room, for those of you in YouTube, there is another room called the trading room. This room is actually open at quarter to 7, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning, of course. So if you're looking for some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's free also. There's a lot more traders in this room interacting with each other as opposed to in YouTube. And this room is also usually, I don't know if you told me, William, but usually William will keep this room. I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always say later if there are questions. But wow, CAD X, never mind 5. Never mind 5. Look at 6 now for CAD X. So what I was going to say is, whenever I do leave, say it's between 2 and 2:30, William usually will keep this room open later. And because we're in earnings season, again, I don't know what he said earlier, but many times it'll be till about 3:55. Okay. So on a big day, this room is open between 6:45 and 3:55 on a big day. When I leave, I do have to shut YouTube down. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is, if you click on my homepage link, click on the education section and go down to the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Mandatory 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're thinking about maybe getting the program, before I would do that, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about what the capabilities are of the program. You can always try us out for a month. You go month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time, even within the first month. So you're not tied into anything. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Another free series of videos, 15 of them. And if you're looking for my scans or the information, some of the stuff that I am currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link. In a minute, you've clicked on my homepage link. You can scroll down, and before we do that, you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So Steve Gomez, he is the originator of the trades of the week. So he was in today, of course, in our YouTube room. So you can get it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. This is not usually, but it's designed for longer term holds. But again, how and if you trade it, completely up to you. Now, the middle section, custom scans. So here they are. Get rid of this. So now you can see these two races. This is the large cap gainers, okay? And then this race here, this is just without any market cap size or minimum float. This is wide open. That's why you can see big moves, big percentage moves here. You rarely get one here that's over 1%. I still, I'm not displaying it, but here is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Not quite displaying it right now, but it is still there. What it does is it takes two competing scans, one with very similar filters. They both have very similar filters in terms of volume and price range and all that. But show me the stocks with those similar filters. Show me the stocks moving higher versus the stocks moving lower. Okay, and that's so if it's green, it's making a new high of the day. If it's red, it was making a new low of the day. That's just, and these are real time. This is just a ticker. Okay, it's a different way of presenting our data. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Here is the Halser zooms over here. Three other scans that I have here. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. And like any one of my scans, you can always make changes to them. You may not like the price range I have, maybe my minimum volume, or maybe there's a filter that if you have any trading experience, maybe there's a filter you'd like to add to them. Go ahead. The fact that this is what I want to see doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to see. Now, this is actually, well, not that one. Where's the Cat X? I don't, my guess, well, it might be shortable. There's enough shares there. Let's see if this is shortable for, no, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, the reason why this TCGL would not be showing it up in here, is something that want to race, is because remember when I started this race. And so I think, well, actually 1 in 50, I'm surprised it's not there. But it may not have won a race, believe it or not. It may not have won a race. And again, here's a situation where I'm very glad I had no shorts available. In a moment. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I had to answer an email. All right, so what is happening here? Darcy blows. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember, we saw this one a lot. This month right here. This is a few months ago. This is back in August. We saw this one a lot in August. Haven't seen it really since then. So it is starting to move. Pretty decent, looking at the wave. Not quite as nice as the Cat X. See if there's any news on this one. Announces this was on the 26th. So this is not today's news, but this is the news they had on the 26th. Is that when it started? Yeah, this is kind of where it started. Okay, so maybe just continuation. Announces expanded role as super validator on the Canton network. Okay. The Canton code coin. Okay. Don't know anything about it, but okay. Looking to see if there's any, boy, this one started at 33 cents. 33 cents 2 days ago. This links. All right, guys, I am, oh man, look at that pop that DCX had all the way up to 470, and then it came right back down to 420. That's probably when it won the race, when it did this, but it came right back down. Don't know how long it was up there. Yeah, I think I'll keep this race up and running for the next little while. I don't like for the next week or so. Anyway, maybe even 2 weeks. Maybe instead of this. Guys, I remember that. I remember when this MGNX. I remember when it was doing this, had this massive move. There was all sorts of excitement about this, and look at it now, $22 down to under two. So here's an example. Okay, what if Cat X? So you could be watching this right now, and what if Cat X gets closer and closer to the VWAP? That'd be about $1 pullback, but some of you might like that. You might like, so you see this right now, and maybe you put a price alert, around this area, maybe the 498 area. See if it gets there. For those of you who are more into playing pullbacks, so you could go through this entire list and just start setting up some price alerts. you know, for areas. Look what happened. It kind of came into the VWAP area, sort of bounced off it, BATL. Okay, sorry. So how's the feed doing? Feed is still, well, see, here it is. I mean, feed is starting to, maybe it can hold this area. There's the VWAP again, you know, maybe it'll test the VWAP area. Okay, yeah, holding the five. Well, yeah, and you can sort of see that it is basing now on the two. You can kind of see it's kind of consolidating a little bit on the 2 minute. Let's see. I don't think there's going to be any orange. Yeah, just a brief little orange right there. Okay, which again, you know, blue is good in terms of a stronger trend. Orange is suggesting it's starting to weaken, but I mean, it hasn't really dropped much. Now, the interesting thing, if you look at CADX, so certainly on a monthly chart, there's a ton of room. And let me, I might have to back out the weekly just to see. So that month is November. That might be the week. That might be the weekly. Yeah. So it was last November when there was a high of $8. So I mean, there's still, even if you look at that as a potential area that it could get to. So it's not so much the monthly, but the weekly, what the week within this month. And again, no news that I can see on this one. Earlier, now this is way earlier. This is January 13th. BTIG maintaining a $14 price target on them. That was on the 13th, though. Is it? Okay. Only difference is when you look at the daily, there is some stuff to get through for GNPX that I don't think that CADX did not have. I don't think anyway. Right? That could be the difference. Yeah, you see CADX had nothing on the daily blocking it, whereas GNPX, has potentially these areas right here. But what if it got through that? There's a group somewhere, Ahmed. There's somebody somewhere, maybe a Reddit group or a Discord group or some paid PR firm. I mean, that's what can happen. And that's why, you can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out a reason when we cannot find any news. Yeah, I wish this weren't the second or the third day. That's the only thing about it, but it may not matter. When you're talking about the links, LNKS. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. That high right there, so it's certainly not, that is not, that high right there is 101, so that's not an issue. That high is 98, that high. So the next high in a monthly chart is 184. So we'd have to go back on the weekly chart to see when that was. That was back in January of last year. So over a year ago, it's approaching those highs. That was 181. Again, no news, but there might have been some news here. Okay, I don't recall if there was anything. Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't see any news that happened on this day and not yesterday or today on links, LNKS. It's a low float, 5 million. If this were the first day, I would probably take it. And if it had that room to 180, I would probably take it. Maybe a potential bounce play here, guys. BMNR. Of course, it's all to do with Bitcoin. Wow, Bitcoin down 5,000, 83,000 now. So if you're going to take a Bitcoin play, I would be, I'd have IBIT, a way to track Bitcoin, what's happening. So would I take a BMNR bounce now? No, not with Bitcoin continuing to move down. Doesn't mean it's, there you go. See? Same thing with the ETHA. This is Ethereum, the Ethereum ETF. Go. I thought when you said wow GNPX, I thought you meant, man, is it still that it whip higher? No, what a dump is right. What a drop from 312 down to 251. That is a big percentage drop. Shoot. There were shares available also for me to short. Wow. GNPX, well, it's doesn't appear to be. Nope. I mean, I always like, even though the flag is a US flag, wanted to see if there were anything. Oh, really? Not in cinema mode. Thank you. Okay. I didn't do anything. Honest, Pepe, I didn't do anything. But let me see. Oh, yeah, it's not in cinema mode. You're right. So give me a moment. There we go. Oh, with Steve. Okay. But thanks. All right. Well, where is Cat X going to? Is it going to an area that it may bounce? I mean, here's your VWAP. You know, it's getting closer to the VWAP. The VWAP is call it $5. Okay, around the $5 area. And let's just see. I mean, it is. But now you can see on the 2-minute chart, you can see how the blue now. There's a little bit of orange right now, which means that the trend is, you know, obviously weakening a bit. Is it over? Not necessarily. You know, does it look like this? No. Well, I guess we've got either everybody or either A, nobody cares about the wave to have it on your chart, or B, you're too shy to ask how to get it on, or C, everybody's got it on. Well, here's a bounce, guys, starting. I mean, it's still down for the day. VRNS, look at the volume that came in. Volume that came into VRNS. What is 3067 is the VWAP. So he's got a little bit of room to the VWAP. Where did it bounce from, though? So say 30. So it's not a huge bounce yet, you know, but a 17, 18 cent bounce. Because what I'm saying is that there might be still room for it to move. Whoa, look at DCX. Wild. I was hoping this might happen. I was hoping this would be the first time it broke through, as opposed to what happened here when it broke through and they came right back down. Doesn't give you a lot of confidence that it's going to, you know, maintain this pop. For me, anyway. I was hoping maybe this would be the first time it broke through the VWAP, and maybe, you know, running for the rest of the day for a while. Because it had, look at the room it has. I mean, 575 is the next high. So it certainly had room, or has room, but I just don't like what happened here. The big pop, what did it get up to? Got up to about 473 and came right back down to 4. And quickly, not like it stayed up there for a while. I mean, that's a 2-minute bar, and then the next 2-minute bar. Ah, this is a Malaysian stock. This is not a US. No, the other one was a US stock that somebody asked me, but this is out of Malaysia. Okay. Here's the Malaysian. It looks very similar to the US flag with the stripes anyway. So So this is a Malaysian company. Not what you would call a very kind of sexy industry, the business of manufacturing, supplying, and selling connectors, assemblies, wire, and cable harnesses. But there's a business for everything. Or a company for everything, I guess. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, lotto play, lotto play. I'm talking about the links. Okay, I have taken some off. There's that little break here at 109, 110. Let's see if I can, I mean, it's gone totally parabolic. As I said before, I'd be way more inclined to keep it if it hadn't already had a couple of great days. Keep it. When I say keep it, I mean, I'm not talking about keeping it overnight or anything like that. Okay, let's do some inducements here. No questions. I mean, because I'll hang around if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll probably be taking off right around 2 o'clock. It's about 20 minutes from now. I hope nobody's sitting there thinking, well, I'd like to ask a question, but I don't want to appear foolish. I hope nobody is sitting out there thinking that. Penny stock explosion. Let me take a look at this. So far, none in here. Still nothing. Oh, okay. VFC just over the whole number. All right. Any bounce on the GNPX? Yeah, there is a bounce, but that's again, it's a bit of a confidence destroyer when you see something like that. you know, within a 2-minute period. That could have even been in a 1-minute period. Yeah, look at that. I mean, 1 minute and the next minute. I mean, man, oh man. So sure, it is bouncing now, but when you see that, for me anyway, I think, wow, could there be another rug pull coming? I mean, I know it's at the VWAP right now. I mean, I'd almost like to short it. I mean, there are shorts available, but you know, so with the float the way it is, what did you miss? Let's see. What did you miss? You missed a massive drop in GNPX, in case you were watching it. Looked like it was, you know, it was a pretty orderly move up and then kersplat. But that's a cheap one, so you probably don't care about that. I don't know if you're interested in, let's see, has Calx had a bounce yet? So Calx is from your scan, I think. And I did ask how late, if at all, you were going to keep the room open. Okay, so here's the CADX 355ish. Okay, thank you. So here's the CADX, guys, so you can see what it's doing. It's right at the VWAP, right at it. So if you have shorts available for this, you know, I don't have them at Interactive Brokers. I'd be watching to see what happens here. Is it going to just break right through, or is this going to act as support? Meanwhile, TCGL, is this 100? You know how I knew it was $100 plus is because my price column had the three little dots there, meaning I didn't have enough. It wasn't wide enough to see. This is just, you know, I don't know what to say. Otherwise, boy, I wish I ran it down here. Well, we haven't had one of these for a while, so why not today? I mean, this is crazy because this got halted at 53.90. It says it resumed at 53.90, but it looks like it resumed up here. Well, whatever. And look at the volume, 200. Okay. Let me stretch this out a bit. Well, I don't understand. I mean, it says 216.72. So let me load it again. Anybody have volume for this and another platform for the TCGL? I don't know why it's saying 216.72. I mean, it could, well, and here's our potential open 114, 133. 3.5 million. Okay. I don't know what I don't know why our volume says this 216.72. The relative volume is 3.5. The relative well, boy, I mean, I don't know what's going on. Okay. I just don't know what's going on. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why our volume says 216. You're right. It says 3.57 million right here. Who knows? Maybe it'll go to like the SMX a few weeks ago. They got up to $500. Yeah, remember this week right there, and that truly got up to $500. That's not reverse split adjusted. So maybe they'll just keep trying to pump out. I don't know what they do. This, well, I could look, I suppose, the TCGL. These guys are just, as William has called them, a PR machine. So what do they offer? They offer payment, cybersecurity, and digital services. Well, I wonder how these guys feel, Mr. Lim Hang Hai and Lao Fong and Ronald Vong. How do they feel today? End of day runner. Well, I mean, it could be DCX. I mean, it's trying, but as I pointed out earlier, this jump that it did and then came right back down. I mean, it might be the late day runner. I mean, it is already running, but I'd be really. I mean, remember, this is a 2-minute chart. I mean, this 2-minute it got up to 475. The next second, or a couple of, well, probably less than a minute, down to down to 4. So it's not smooth. And I think the Cat X, I mean, the longer it holds, I guess, at the VWAP area, but this is not a low float, 61 million. Doesn't mean it can't run, but it's not the same idea, with these low floats that all of a sudden the volume just comes in and you get these multi-dollar runs at the end. It's crispy one, okay? Crispy one. Is that it's a crispy one? I'm out of this one, but this could have been, the links. It's possible if it holds $1. I took this one right around here. I got rid of everything in this area. I wish it hadn't. I wish this weren't the third day, but you never know. If it takes out the high there, 120, it's a low float, and looking left, the next high in the monthly, and that's going back, over. Yeah, over a year, that high over here is 184. So, if it holds $1, if Lynx holds $1, LNKS holds $1. Yeah, Dave, it's just there's something going on with our volume here. I don't know what that means. But we've got the volume here. Yeah, 3.57. I mean, it's close. You're saying 3.46 for E-Trade, but I think Yahoo said about the same here, 3.57. Still halted. Now, going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Now, you see, look at the DCX now. I mean, I just find it's just too difficult. And I think it just got halted. Look at it now. So yeah, that's why I shied away from it. And it just got halted on the way down. So guys, I mean, the closer it gets to 2 o'clock, I'm going to be taking off unless there are questions. So it's about 7 minutes from now. All right, it just opened. TCGL just opened, and what happened? Well, another pop and drop. Hey guys, look at CAT X now. CAT X now. CAT X. CATX over 5 now. Over 5. Over 5. But if you're RC, if you're saying, well, I took, you would have taken this, it's very difficult. I'm not saying impossible, but if that's why you're saying, well, look what happened when you're on your lunch break, pretty tough. So actually, so Interactive Brokers won't even let you trade it. Okay. Oh, great money. Of course, RC. Of course, you get in somehow. You get in around the $15 mark, sure, but certainly not easy. All right, well, guys, keep an eye on the Cat X, especially. This looks like it's trying to curl. Let's see if that is turned blue. Just a sliver, a little buy flag here now. And the high today was, over 6. And of course, halted almost immediately. TCGL halted almost immediately on the way down. Wow, Apple's only $11.74. Uh-huh. So Apple Hospitality REIT. I saw the REITs were doing pretty well today for some reason. There were a few REITs that looked pretty good. I mean, guys, this could do it. I mean, if it takes out 120, I'm talking about links. I'm not in it anymore. But if it takes out 120, which is the high, I mean, it could go on one of those late day runs. Low float, 5 million, has room to. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but it has room to 180 on the monthly chart over about a year ago. And look what it did. It almost got under $1 again. But that dollar level held, 102 held. All right, guys. Well, listen, I don't see any questions coming in, so I think I'm going to wrap this up for me. I'll still be sitting here, maybe do something, though I have a couple of other things I have to do around the house, so I'm not sure I'm going to be sitting here. But if you have any questions, a good time to ask them. I mean, I can stay or I can hang around. I don't have to go. But not seeing anything. Kind of a bit of a dead day, question wise. Now, again, when I say I've gone for the day, you may see, you may see me doing things on the screen, but basically gone in terms of being on the mic. So if there's a question, I'm still sitting here. I certainly will answer it. And for those of you who are in YouTube and want to keep interacting with other traders, so click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit, and here you are, trading room. So that's for those of you who are in YouTube. They still want to interact with other traders. This room will be open. Like you'll see my layout until 3:55, but there's still people in the other room posting information. Okay, so Ozzy. Okay, guys. So I'm muting myself now. So the main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.